Start the recording. All right, let's try this again. Welcome back to another session, guys. We're waiting on William, our Chung Po, but he should be here shortly, I'm sure. Hopefully, he did not forget about us. He wanted to start early for the birthday party. But I've just done my catch-up rolls. I've gotten what was my schedule? This much progress. Actually, I need to add more now. Plus 2 times 6 as well. So it's added a little bit. Added some extra. Another 800 progress. Unless I roll a 99 or 100, I am passing these rolls.
99s are a lot harder to count.
Yeah, right. But it's advantage, so I'm picking the smaller one anyway. So
Boo.
right. So I'm caught up. My catalyst for this, what I was thinking, I would use. Look, that's my ties, fight log.
And I guess we're not in the private lobby yet.
No, Matt can move us over there when he's ready.
Very well. Bloop.
Why, thank you.
Did you remember to put in the -20 to these rolls?
Like I was saying, my weapon skill is at 119.
I meant the -200 all the rolls.
What?
Oh, I can still pass those. I meant the -2000 to all those rolls.
Oh, one sec. My mom's been trying to call me forever here. But yeah, I'm gonna go through these.
Huh.
Also, 99s are incredibly unlikely to matter because you have advantage.
Yeah. I looked to him. He's fine.
Oh, sure.
Oh yeah.
It'd have to be like a 99 100, or I guess 2 99s. There's a 98 99.
Yeah, it's a little better. Now, what else do I need? I suppose a jacket. It is slightly, just a hint of chilliness.
It is existently chilly.
Sorry, guys. I just looked at my phone right quick and I saw I don't know, 20 missed calls from my mother, and it's just like, oh my god.
What is it?
Oh, sure.
Why do they want to call you so bad?
It's Allie's bridal shower today, right? So, and Luna is going. So,
Oh.
my aunt, she's kind of like allergic to dogs. So mom was like, Luna can't go, and then she called and then talked to Nancy, my aunt, and she was like, of course, it's her day. Don't let me stop it. So I think we're good to go there. Anyway, yeah. So
Isn't Luna a poodle? And don't they have
it's the
hypoallergenic?
saliva. It's not the hair, I guess, for my aunt. So
Ugh.
weird, eh?
Ugh.
So
Right?
also, I don't think the 99s matter either, unless.
Yes, we know
Oh, okay.
because of the advantage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a 10 and a 100. That's kind of cool.
That is cool.
No double 100 because I'm still training at this time with you. So if there was one, I could have got another data point from that.
It'd been pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Except
William, come on, bud. What
because
the
I'm
heck, dude?
guessing that the elder or the sword elder is going to show up here shortly.
Yeah, that's why I want William. The heck? Gonna send him a message. Come on, bud. Would you like to play the... did he by chance mention? I know he had a function he had to do later, which is why we're starting early, but did he mention anything else?
Not that I know of.
Interesting. Interesting.
Sorry, guys. I was just getting some water.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just going through counting my sevens and nines and my 79s if there are any.
Is there any what?
Sevens or nines or 79s. I was counting those.
Oh, you
Um,
should probably count those.
uh, my catalyst for this one. I was thinking since the last one I picked was being the wall. In this case, in like my name sense, the sun that sets upon success. Um, I'm the second part of my name. You know, the failure that rises. In this case, uh, being hit with the wall, and so the fight against the armor um, that I had, the mystery of the wall, that it was in my path of armor
Yeah,
I could
I
not
remember.
perceive. Yeah, so I think that would be a good catalyst for the second one. So just kind of the name sense. So I'd probably pick some sort of convergence for the my next catalyst, but I've successfully passed that one, and yeah, so I'm just going through counting, getting that going.
I do have a question.
No.
So we're not going to be doing anything besides math at the moment. The sword elder is. Are they going to have the same test for the damage dealing with a single attack? If so, I can start doing my math now. If not, then I will wait.
You can probably do your math now.
Okay.
You're told it's going to be the same test.
Okay. This will work.
The heck, William? We need you. The Sword Elder's here.
The Sword Elder is coming. The Sword Elder.
Yep.
Oh, I thought we had 2 more weeks before the Sword Elder.
End of month 4.
Oh, okay. I don't know
Yes.
why I remember saying that to you, Casey, last time. I thought we still had 2 weeks more to go.
And we just did them or something. Maybe. I'm unclear on the math, but I think I remembered the end of the
Okay.
session. Matt was saying
Okay.
the.
I mean, I
Didn't
don't
say
care
the
either
Sword
way.
Elder was
So
coming, but made it
fine.
seem like everybody
Yeah.
needed to get to this point and not to continue further.
The Sword Elder's here. No? Okay.
Sorry.
Here.
No? You guys just doing your thing? I understand. I know somebody's doing math, but I don't know about
Yeah.
Johnny.
Well, I'm the one doing math. What do you mean?
Oh, you're both doing math?
Oh, sorry. I'm counting. As so that's kind of math to me. I apologize.
Counting is math, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Continue to count. I'm gonna make tea. It's a perfect
Do it.
opportunity for tea.
I agree.
Yes.
I'm afraid I'm gonna hit something here I don't want to hit right now, but it is what it is. If it does happen, I don't think I'm gonna have enough fate to kind of deal with this, and I don't want to burn. So I think I'm just gonna have to take it on the chin.
Oh no,
Huh.
not on the chin.
My
I'm
progress.
just hoping that I can do more than 2 million damage this hit. So
Your chinny chin chin.
My guy, you now have sword energy that's also being applied to it, so you've increased the amount of oomph you would have done. So you've definitely gone up. You're not going backwards. You're fine.
I'm only counting 100 damage here. That'd be unfortunate. Oh, right. Also, my waveform sword now adds damage per sound. Or something.
Oh,
Hello.
oh, we got
Good
him.
timing.
We got him, guys.
Oh,
You did it.
I am apologizing in advance to say that today has been a rough morning to start.
Oh.
I just fixed a door that apparently fell off of its hinges. Oh, well, no, it
Oof.
twisted off of its hinges. And now we're going to try and get the laundry done and send it to the laundromat. It's a very large task because we don't have in-unit stuff. I'm going to, Matt, I'm going to try and do a makeup session this week. I apologize. It's not a good day right now. But
Okay.
I apologize.
Question
I hope
is,
you all have a good session.
Right.
do we want to hold off today then? No, that's the real question.
Well, we're going to be canceling, or I'm not going to be there next session. So that influences things.
I'd like not to cancel. And we could have William do his we can talk to the Sword Elder at a different time. Um,
Well, it depends, because we could break this down into solo sessions
Mm.
and zip ahead, or we can continue. We can do the Sword Elder stuff together. So that
we
you
could
guys
also do it
have.
at a yeah. We
Oh,
could
and just go ahead of time otherwise.
yeah.
So
Matt, I'll be in contact with you later today, but I'm hopping off. I hope you love you guys. Have a good one.
See you,
See ya.
William.
I'll see it. So, the question then morphs into: do we want to do solo sessions or did we want to do group sessions?
I mean, I'm a little bit of A, a little bit of B here, right? Like,
Right?
I'm fine with doing both.
Oh.
And I'm also
Mhm.
fine of like, when we're in situations where we can do group, like let's do it together. But otherwise, we can continue to do the solo stuff.
Mhm.
All right, then why don't we go until we hit the second Sword Elder or the third Sword Elder arrival? This is the
Yeah.
second one, and then we'll go until we hit the third one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you guys could go a little too fast. Or maybe you don't. Who knows? Ooh.
The only other thing I could think of is that we could do the Sword Elder now, and then you finish off questions for William next time.
Mhm.
When
There's a
like
lot we can do.
during the week.
And don't have the point total right now that we get to like purchase stuff until after
Yeah.
we know how much Poe has.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, that's fair. That's like I was kind of thinking of that as well. We'd have like ours plus Sanctuary, and then we get
Yep.
posts after. But probably best. I was just thinking like we could use this time to work forward. You know what I mean? Like we can
Yeah.
for the next coming month of because obviously today's session was going to be important in that sense.
Well,
But
you guys can either hold off the Sword Elders interaction, or you guys can just do it, and then we'll add post later.
yeah, I think I'd rather do that. Get add pose later.
Mhm.
Just not use up all the points. Like ask
Probably
our
don't want to use up
questions.
all the points, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, but there's
Are you okay with
probably a
that,
couple questions.
Casey?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
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 And that's what we'll do.
And then
Perfect.
next time you guys can do, well, unless Poe does a solo session with Sword Elder,
Yeah,
end
what
up
I can
doing a
do too
third
is
Sword Elder, and then I'll catch up with the third one afterwards.
yeah, I'll just give summaries for the stuff we've like for example our talk with the Sword Elder. I'll just paste it
We
to
do
Chunko.
need all players for the combat that's coming up.
Of course, yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
no,
Like
that makes sense.
that's going to be our end boss, and it would be stupid not to have that for this section. So I think that's fair.
Okay.
We've been working up towards it. There's no really. I don't think that's yeah. I'm down.
So
Okay, back to what I was doing.
yeah.
I'm sad that Shompo is not here, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna, shit happens. Exactly.
Oh.
It does.
I just fucking lost my count though, like where I was, like in the.
This is good. Start from the bottom. If you see something familiar on the way up, you'll be like, oh, that's where I stopped. That's where I lost count. Give it the old switcher Rooney.
I'm just gonna be adding more roles than I need to, honestly, but it's fine. I should just accept my fate. Well,
You are a fate character.
that's why I'm re-rolling one of these.
Uh,
It's the 9s and 7s that are gonna get me here. I just have too many of them.
there's a couple.
Ooh, I rolled a 9 and a 9 on advantage. That's fun. At least it's only one, right?
At least it's only one.
And then I rolled a 9 and a 7 with advantage. So that's an additional just one.
Yep. Just let me know when you're
Mm-hmm.
good to go.
Is the sword that we're hitting against considered to have sword energy for the purpose of calculations, or is this just like a best case scenario for damage?
Word it.
So in Path of the Sword stage, which stage is that? I guess the Desiring Edge, is that stage 4? Yeah, stage 4.
Yes.
If you have a higher weapon state, you gain Magnitude and Overwhelm. Is that
You will
happening
not.
there? That's what I figured. Because I knew we didn't have a higher sword energy than the Sword Elder, but I didn't know how they did that. Okay.
One 8, 2 8, 3 8s. No, I can't. All right, it happened. It happened. It's over. All right, Matt. So the only other thing I have a question on, since this is the first time I've been using the new positive quality. Oh, look at that pretty flower of mine, all green and looking like an art piece. She got her ode to joy on as well. You have a fun time, my love. You heading out now? Oh, you guys are going together. Okay. So the new montage master.
Yes.
Any ones or 100s rolled given interesting developments or quirks, is that going to affect this path of the sword I'm doing?
Well, you did pick it up.
And there's 12 ones.
12.
Yeah.
Boo. It's a lot of ones, Johnny. I don't know how I feel about that many ones.
You know what I also want to do?
I don't know.
12d4, 29 to my weapon skill.
Mm-hmm.
It's my part.
That put you over your limit?
It has, yeah, no. I mean, but any characteristics from rolling for the ones go over it anyway, right?
I might actually have to make some modifications on those things
Okay.
so that ones, especially in montage, don't go over
Sure.
the skill cap. Because I was
all
doing some
right.
math with the evening group,
Mhm.
and technically, you can just montage in place until all your stats
Yeah.
are max for the zone just by rolling ones.
Mhm.
It's a lot of dice.
That does explain the whole 10 years making it to 299.
Yeah, but
You want to go to a
I'm
party?
having them go up to their
You want to go
cap.
to a party?
So I think we will stay at the cap. What we'll do is I will generate
More
a new
ways to.
thing. So
But that also doesn't apply for shatters, though, right? For example, if I'm
shatters, yeah, it goes up to 299 for now. And
Yeah,
then you just keep track how far it goes over.
yeah,
But I'm thinking gotta go to the change log. Down and down.
one option is you could put it into overflow, like put it to another physical stat that's not
Yep.
under.
It's gonna be the first option.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You can make it into Dow points, or that'd be an interesting thing. Or you give us that sweet, sweet merit. Can you imagine? No, that would be terrible. That's a terrible option. Go into a pool of yumminess where like you get a threshold for how much extra you've done, and it goes into a little box, little loot box.
What if it punishes you instead? And for every one you try to go over the threshold, instead you actually take stat damage as the realm pushes back.
That's funny. You don't want that, John. You don't want that heat.
Yeah, for example, Matt, somebody could also pick up your positive equality that adds an extra die, or the ups. So instead of a D4, it could be a D5. And if they do something with that, that would also affect montage in a sense as well. That other positive quality, for what it's called. It's like a 2-star, I think. Very situational, but it would also affect this.
Mm. Go ahead and roll me. You already did roll the 12 before.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Hmm.
That's a lot of dice there. How long was your
Montage for 2 weeks. I suppose another thing could be is they could add temporary inspirations, or
I got it.
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
Are you writing stuff?
Yeah.
I see.
I'm getting a lot of felling, and I don't multiply felling, so that's not as useful there.
Yeah.
But I mean, felling is still good. It just looks less exciting.
Tea's hot. Tea's good.
This is good.
Yeah. This one too.
I thought that.
Oh, excuse me.
I thought it did another D10 of damage for the sword, but I don't see that in the sword cradle. Mm-mm.
That's when you hit swordsman or swords scholar, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. So that's a. Does having a +1 weapon energy do anything for, or sword energy do anything for my damage calculation?
You know how
I
to
guess
use
it's
it?
only. Nope. Cool. All right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But you do get that devastating. Wait, I think you get devastating,
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
devastating from the rebel frequency.
and then felling.
Changing on the rules for ones. 1d4 is rolled for stat gain cannot exceed the stat limit any longer. It instead overflows into other similar characteristics, physical to physical, mental to mental. If all stats are max, it cannot overflow. You instead add +1 to a new pool called Opportunity. You can use points in this pool to move a luck roll up or down by how many points you spend. In zone 1s or 2, the realm pushes back and deals critical damage equal to the value rolled.
Oh, I see.
If you have maxed everything.
Gotcha.
But if you can overflow, you're fine.
All right, we just need a lot more critical health. So I've only got like
I should
40
probably
critical
modify
health.
it so it
So that
stays
happens
like
both if opportunity pool and the pushback.
Yep, but the
Okay.
pushback will only trigger if you cannot overflow anywhere.
Do you get opportunity if you.
You don't
Wait,
get
so.
opportunity if you don't have max stats.
Okay. And what is the maximum for opportunity then? 100?
No,
Okay.
you
But if
just
it overflows
yeah.
into opportunity, you get critical damage.
Yes.
Okay.
I should probably modify this. All right. You do not. All right. So basically, physical doesn't spill over to mental, and likewise, or vice versa.
Yeah.
If you do take the critical damage, you also gain that much in the opportunity pool.
Okay.
And you can spend opportunity points to give yourself the best result on a luck roll.
Okay, cool. So, question for me in this sense: if I have Adamantium Pathfinder and I take this critical damage hit, is Adamantium Pathfinder going to apply and then it's done for the session, or is there some sort of workaround where it doesn't activate Adamantium Pathfinder?
Are you maxed out on all stats? On
No,
physical?
I'm not. No, I'm not. This was just a question for like like a thought process.
Adamantine Pathfinder is weak against one particular aspect of damage, which is damage over time. Small damage over time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Lose
these
it.
would be small damage over time.
Okay. Yeah.
And it wouldn't trigger.
Gotcha. Because it's not a lump sum. But
Yeah.
would so I guess if I rolled a 4, and let's talk about this in a sense, because this is over time anyway. So I take 4 damage. Let's say a max. I take the 4 for the first one. Do I not heal that for the next one? I would take.
Well, if you don't have critical damage healing,
Yeah. Okay.
you have to have something that can help you heal critical damage over the course of 2 weeks, or you have to take prolonged breaks.
Yeah, I have to take a rest. I'd have to break it up in a sense, eh? Yeah.
Yeah. But even then, you only recover, a portion of your critical damage.
Okay. How
Yeah.
much is that then? I don't know if that's in our
Half your toughness bonus.
Okay.
Per long rest. But for some people, that's plenty. Like half my toughness bonus is more than my entire critical bar for some people.
Good. I'm glad I asked this question. HEAL. Heal. Yeah, I don't know where you'd put that. Maybe in the downtime scenes in DTA. But yeah, I didn't know about that
clarify
before.
it and change. I'll clarify
Yeah.
it and change log.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I have 29 to work with. I'll put it all in the toughness.
All in the toughness? Sounds good.
And you're fine with the points I've had before, right? This is just going forward now. Like
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Cool. Well, that should be an interesting new change. That's cool. And John even gets to say where he's like, "Give us damage." All right, I like it. Yeah, it's really that should come into play too for that positive 2-star quality. If people wanted to have extra, like, hey, I want to work onto this pool or.
Yeah. Hey, John. By the way, if you could, will you have something to do? If you're alive or asleep or whatever.
I'm here. What's up?
So for every point of stat that you lose to this change, go ahead and add an equal value to opportunity. So then you guys are going to lose some stats here. So if you lose 200 stats or more, or any value really, you can add that to your opportunity pool.
Okay. I know exactly how much math that's going to be.
Cool.
Should I balance out my stats above the max then as well?
Yes.
Okay,
If
yeah.
you're
Cool.
Oh,
if
so you
you're
want to do that now? I thought you were saying going forward. Okay, I'll do that for mine as well.
Yeah, go ahead and make the modification now, and then any points you lose goes to your opportunity pool.
But you're not going to hit us with the damage right now, right? You're going to just do a pool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a pool.
Yeah, gotcha. I only have
I think
9
this will be
anyway.
healthy going forward because I was looking at some of the long-term montage stuff
Hmm.
recently, and John also did some crazy math for me, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's gross. We should stop that. Also, John, I'm still going with n plus 1 plus 2. You are correct. I looked it up. It is factorials are times, but I would like to keep it as plus instead.
Okie dokie.
Your numbers are too big.
Nah,
Too
you don't want
spooky.
me to be able to ignore 3,800,000 penalties to my rolls?
Not yet, John. Not yet.
Crazy.
I'll look up math terms to see if I can find what the proper name for 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is instead of 1 times 2 times 3 times 4.
Called the triangle number, Matt.
The triangle number.
Yeah.
Does it have a fancy symbol?
If you think about it like this, one's at the top, and then you have
Yeah.
2 below. But it's if you break up 2, it's like a 1 and a 1. So that makes a triangle of ones. And then you have underneath the 2, it's a 3, which is a 1 and a 1 and a 1, which is a bigger triangle.
Okay. Yeah.
It's actually a double cone number.
God.
Double cone. Who came up with that?
Somebody who's sick in the head. They didn't give it a cool ass name.
Oh wait,
I'll have to look up what
I've
short form
got
symbol that
more
is.
max
The
energy.
triangle number.
I didn't count that.
Unless it's just a triangle.
I don't know what the symbol is. I know it's not exclamation mark. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it N exclamation mark?
No.
I failed at math. Damn.
I actually didn't even know what it was until I started reading up. I thought it was like kind of close to factorial as well, but like I it was a lot bigger numbers that way. So on another note, fun bits. I've hit my spirit threshold. I finally decided to, with that merit purchase. I'm now at the point where I have it, which
You
means I
have
need to.
the next swordy sword.
I think that as well, but I'm talking about spirit thresholds and the pillars for spirit.
Nani?
Yeah, right. So, uh,
How did you reach there?
good question, Matt. Good question. All your fault. So, I'm getting a limit shatter for perception, fellowship, toughness, and willpower. I already have a limit shatter for perception and willpower, and we talked
Spend
about it
more merit?
last. I spent the 10 merit to get the that positive quality.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So getting the layer shaper quality. We talked about a few things we can do with it already. Getting the extra 2 narrative points and getting a fate currency of my choice. I've been thinking about it a lot. Obviously, I would go with the top of the totem pole, but I was also thinking of us moving forward and how we're going to do things. And it made more sense to pick the Tesseract, if that's what it's called again. Let's double check in fate currency mechanics. Infinity Matrix, that's what it's called. Yeah. Um, A daydream would also be quite interesting. But I feel like an infinity matrix would be really interesting for tribulation and being able to choose a number. Or like you've said before in the past with when Chard used infinity matrix, when he had like a 1 in a million chance for something. So if we ever come into tribulation where it's like, hey, you need to roll a 1 or something, some number in 1 in a 1 million or something. So I thought that would be interesting. So yeah, the only other thing, you said you wanted to give me like a special consumable for those 2 shatters for perception and willpower.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll put those off to the side, and
One of
yeah.
which will be a fake currency of your choice.
Yes, and Infinity Matrix is that choice.
What? No Occam's
I want to pick Occam's, honestly.
paradox? What?
That's what I'd like to pick. But I feel like I don't know what I'd use it for right now. Or if it comes down to being used, like I can see options in the future, but not for right now, kind of deal. Does that make sense?
Unbelievable. Actually, hold on. We might be able to make it spicier because if I look at the thresholds, yes, bottom. You already gain a fake currency of your choice. So
Yeah, that's the choice. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I guess I'll go for that one.
So you get one of each, and then you could end up building them into your pool.
That's not that's terrible. You
Let's
shouldn't
not do that. You don't want to be able to roll for anything and guarantee the roll every session.
It really costs you your life. You can do it once. Goes back into your pool, but then you're dead.
Yeah. It is a renewable resource, but your life isn't. Adamantine Pathfinder? Nope. I'm going to use Occam's razor to roll to survive it.
Okay.
Went back into the pool.
But you die after using your Occam's paradox because it goes back into your pool too.
You're just stuck in an Occam's paradox loop.
Quite paradox, I'd say.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm in a constant state of dying, but guys, don't worry about it. I technically have some really powerful currencies. They're just what's killing me and keeping me alive right now.
This is my new narrative, negative quality. I got this, fam. So
Yeah, I got this, man. Poe, just don't point your anti-fake currency at my loop. Is that
looking
all
over it.
of the
Because you already have a
damage?
limit shatter, right?
No.
yeah, I have the 2 limit shatters for willpower and for
Mhm.
perception.
So 27 more flat damage.
Yeah, I think it would be cool to have that. I know you're moving forward; you wanted to change it up, but I think it'd be cool to have the if you already have the limit shatter and it just turns into a consumable, something you can use, or maybe some type of refinement material for those characteristics, or
No, I'll just give you guys some Tao Enlightenment for those charges.
oh, okay.
Yep, because I'm looking at it, and I think that might be just the best way to go about it.
Cool.
I have to take another look at the thresholds. Because technically, it converts. And the only thing it does convert limit breaks into +5.
Mm-hmm.
But if you limit shatter something that's already limit shattered, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
Already...
we talked about that
Yeah.
before, and you said that was going to happen, but it's fine. We can just make it into something different. So, I think you wanted to change the wording on it as well. You were telling me, like, so it only gives you the extra ones you don't already have, in a sense.
Yeah, that was probably what I was leaning into.
Yeah.
But yeah, just we'll do enlightenments right now, which are still
Okey-dokey.
pretty good.
So is it like instead of a sword enlightenment, for example, it's a perception or willpower enlightenment? Is that what you want to do?
No, just Dao enlightenment. It's a omnius.
So I could probably damage the Elder's sword, but I don't think I want to because that would be bad. And that I could probably die doing that. Should I use the rebel frequency?
Oh yeah.
So having magnitude affects like devastating and felling, right?
Isn't it
No,
only like flat
magnitude is
damage or whatever
just flat
damage you're
damage,
doing?
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Flat
flat.
damage and pen.
Okay.
Oh, it affects pen too. Nice. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I think so. Hold on. Let's just double check. No, for now we'll just do damage. That way
Okay.
we can have a nuanced version for magnitude of pen, and and then you can combine them for a more powerful blade.
Yep. More things to get. Anything down here that gives anything else? Expansion of senses doesn't. It's just DOS. Okay. I need to update my martial art, I realize. Fully got
Yeah,
100
that's something I could have done
ESFP
too.
into it.
Just for a scene, I could have just completely changed it up so that it's like a damage multiplier, big damage multiplier.
I was just gonna add a whole lot more ESMP and increase the amount of damage and fatigue that I take from my
Mhm.
attack.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that is times 10 to all of that. Right, yeah, times 10 times 20.
Matt, what's the next number for Path of the Sword for stage 8?
What was Path of the Sword Stage 8?
Oh, sorry. I'm already on stage 8. That was
okay.
my apologies.
Oh.
Path of Sword stage 8 was 10,000. So I was wondering what the next one would be.
9 was 14.
14. Okay.
Have you hit that number?
I've hit 10,000.
Ooh.
And my catalyst was Mystery of the Wall. That was in my path of armor I could not perceive. So the that fight I had where I was against the wall and my only way forward was to dig into that armor and climb until I could my Dao could affect the armor enough to go through, and also his failure. Yeah. So I figured it would be a good one to use, and yeah, Number 8 completed. I will put number 9 in now.
I just realized something.
Oh,
This lesser orbit Shadow Claw doesn't have an action to use. It just takes 3 Shadow Qigong to make a Shadow Claw. Can I use more Shadow Qigong to make more Shadow Claws with the same attack?
Does it say you can? If it doesn't have it listed in ability for overspending, then no.
So just once per attack. Okay. That is how I was calculating it beforehand, but I was just rereading it. I'm like, this doesn't say takes an action or anything. So, okay. Well, then I'll have to learn it better to overspend. Because being able to dump 30 Shadow Qigong in to do 10 Shadow Claws would be great. Okay. Well, I have my damage calculations up. So, I'm good to go for this when we get there. $123 devastating. Let's go.
oh yeah.
Which is a lot more than that. Times.
You eat.
Oh my god. You want me to do
No.
it?
You eat.
It's 24,600 devastating.
Is that how many DOS you have? Is that
No,
from your
that is
DOS?
not related to DOS. It is
Okay.
related to the fact that I am dumping 10 attacks into one. So I still need to make that logic check, which I think I just need to not roll a 100 to do the same thing I did last time, combining all the attacks into one.
Well, the wording says it's easier to do after you do it the first time, right?
I mean, a 100 still fails.
Oh, I suppose. Yeah.
Not a 100. Okay. So my calculations, I don't need to change them. Let's go ahead and roll my weapon skill. I guess it would just be an attack. Let's make an attack out of this. That is a ranged weapon. Where's a melee weapon? Well, here's my rapier. Does this have... Because they will allow us the time to, like, aim and stuff, I suppose. Or to... Well, actually, it's not a ranged attack. So I'm just going to do a weapon skill roll. Because I already did all the calculations here. I will take a d5 plus... Well, I guess I'll just re-roll the attack. I need a re-roll, or I don't do damage. I can re-roll it again with a different ability though, so I'll do that. Take my d5 plus 5 fatigue, and we'll try it again.
So 77?
What do you mean 77?
No, just roll. I want to see a 77. Oh, 55.
Oh, so close.
So close. And I mean, I could give you a like a tumbleweed, but I don't think that's going to help here.
No, can
does he
I
need an-
use mental gymnastics to bump up my least favorite sound by 5 for this roll?
For sounds.
Modifying the ability.
What are
My
you
least
modifying?
favorite sound. To bump up the limit from 50 to 55 for this roll.
Mm. Hmm. You spend narrative points.
Okay.
1% for each. So you'd have to spend 5 for +5.
Peak narrative, let's go. Okay.
Nice. Good usage.
Yep. Okay. So now let's do the damage. So that's you're giving me +1 DOS right now. So 68 DOS. 68 times 2. Plus 481 plus 10. Okay. 627 times. Oh, wait, it's also times 10 there. I think that works like this. But it was still less damage there. What did I miss?
Good damage there.
It is. Two times the damage.
Matt, did you say it's an opportunity pool?
Yep.
So
Two.
okay.
What's your question?
I'm just thinking about something. Would it be considered an esoteric resource pool?
Mechanical.
It's a mechanical pool. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
gotcha. Perfect. So much devastating.
Yeah.
Can I even withstand that devastating? I can't. Probably got like, I don't know, health states or something.
Yeah. And a whole lot of pen.
Swing your blade with all your might.
A bunch of pen as well.
Yeah, but it tinks off the Sword Elder's blade, as
Same
they
as
have
last time.
significantly higher ore of sharpness and sword energy, making the sword unassailable.
Yep.
Nice.
Well, it happened last time, but
Mhm.
it's still the same demonstration.
Yep. Good.
Whole lot more devastating than last time.
Yep. Good. Very good.
And I have 2 levels of sword energy while holding my sword right now.
I actually felt that.
Oh. Well, I'm glad.
If you have
Put
no
everything
sword
ahead in that.
energy, it doesn't matter how hard you swing. It's meaningless. But you had some weight to your hit. And then you leaned into the weight. Good.
Well, I do appreciate the suggestion for getting the sword energy. It worked.
Mm-hmm. A tip for you.
Oh.
If you ever come across an opponent with similar or slightly better prospects than you, either they have higher talent or their sword energy is just a little bit better than yours, but on the same level, you will need something just as unique to fight back. Use your frequencies. Sword energy has its own frequency. Just like when you hit a tuning fork, swords also can act like tuning forks, especially when they collide with one another.
Okay.
Sword energy, especially for young people who have just begun their journey, is really, really unstable. If you can destabilize somebody's concentration and stable energy flow, instead of just being able to dissipate the energy and resummon it, sometimes, more than sometimes, it'll backlash into the user because they can't control the unstable flux. This is also something that you will have to watch out for. If you lose control of your stable energy field around your sword, it becomes highly unstable, and if you are not practiced at it, it'll reflex, which means it travels back into your body in the reverse direction, which is very deadly.
I will keep that in mind.
Good job today, though. Now, block. And they do that still really slow, exaggerated swing.
Wait, this is the same thing you said last time, Matt. Now block. When you said we could dodge as well. So this is
Yeah, but-
this is hard on
Defend
us.
yourself. Sorry. Said
Okay.
defend yourself. Apologies.
I use my normal parry.
Yeah, you get the sword in the way and you parry, and then you feel the blade continue to push your guard deeper and deeper until they go boop. And you're able to block it. Unfortunately, your strength is lacking.
Oh yes, I learned that with another obstacle. I'm working on that.
Yes. I also used a higher form of attack. I don't know if you caught it.
I don't think I did. Well, did I? What should I make a perception
What would you like
check?
to roll?
I'm gonna roll weapon skill.
Yeah.
See if I felt it. Though I unsuccessfully parried the first time, so I wouldn't even have noticed the difference actually. But can I add my sound portfolio to that if it's like a perception-based thing? This is not an attack; it's an analyzing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not this time.
Not adding it.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will roll it raw. I don't really have anything to base it off of, though, is the thing. Because I failed to block it the first time.
Let me know what you if you pass.
I got 2 degrees of success.
Okay. It's weird. There's many ways to parry, especially with normal parry. Some instances you can just parry the blade left or right, or put the blade in the way and then move your body and direct the sword or the attack away from your body. Something about this attack forced you to meet it head on with a block and then kept you in the most disadvantageous position. So instead of blocking or parrying and trying to move the blade, or at least move yourself if you can't move the blade, ended up becoming a contest of strength. It was almost like you couldn't escape the incoming hit. Like you were confined to, you had to successfully fend off the whole attack instead of deflect it.
Hmm.
So you successfully got the blade in the way, but the amount of other factors and the way they entrapped you into the having to hold off the whole attack is a very strange concept. Because there's so many ways, especially with normal parry, that you can just deflect and then get
Yep.
out of the way. But you felt completely trapped, as if that wasn't even an option, and you don't know why.
I mean, the same thing happened with the training dummy as well, though.
Mhm.
So was it a similar attack then?
Yeah, it felt similar.
Okay.
This one felt like you were backed into a corner with no way out. The other one was just, it was so fast.
Oh, that
That
it was
was
the
it,
only option that I ended up
yeah,
taking.
you the only option you had was to parry, and you didn't even realize that you successfully parried, but the until you put the blade up,
Okay.
because otherwise that guy would have hit you. This one, you got to see it coming from a mile away, and it still felt like you had to take it head on, as if you had no choice. There was no other route.
Okay.
So difference of speed. If you were able to keep up with the training dummy, you probably wouldn't be entrapped like this.
Okay. Well, I blocked it at least, but looks like I need to work more on my form. Though I have a way to do that.
Is that sensation? The one that you just kind of mulled over in your mind? Of why you had to take the strike head on. Mull that over for a while.
It was sword
Maybe
and
try and could be. But
maybe.
it might be something else. Yes or no? As for your blocking, still lacking in a lot of things, but again, you're a beginner.
Sure.
If need
I worked
be.
on it.
Oh, good.
Worked on it the best I could there, and figured it was some improvement. I wasn't necessarily expecting to successfully stop the attack, but I got it in the way at least.
We specifically go out of our way to recruit those with a lot of potential, those who are so-called geniuses and all sorts. So while some individuals would take years to make your progress, we do expect significant progress in short periods of time. And you've met that mark. So well done. Miss Lar, you're next.
So
Back to the scabbard.
we're gonna go a little backtrack before we continue this, though, Matt. So what is Path of the Sword stage 8?
Like I haven't given you the age yet.
Correct.
Oh, wow. Let me get that for you. Blah, 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 blah. Hi. Yeah. Boop. Slaughter through the sword path. The vicarious edge. The sound and
Cool.
sight of the sword swung is different when tempered and tested. Training feels insufficient for your desired progress and lacks any means of igniting the passion for the sword in your chest like it used to. You need a contender, an opponent, someone that will cut you down if you don't cut them first. Holding the edge in a manner that only real combat can achieve. The only question remaining is, do you let your sword drink from the blood of the slain, or is untouched by it? When you strike at a target with the sword, They take a -10 defend. You gain the failing.
Continuing.
So you must choose a sword, drinking sword or untouched sword. Your sword drinks deep from the slain, gaining knowledge, insight, and enlightenment, and even fragments of sword energy. You accrue the sharpness at 1/4 the normal speed. You consolidate sword catalysts at normal speed. Slaying gives minimum sword insight. The better the opponent, the better your gains. The untouched sword. Your sword cannot be stained by the blood of the slain. Gain +1 sword energy, +1 sharpness. You accrue sharpness at normal speed. You consolidate sword catalysts at half the normal speed.
Interesting. Okay. So a devouring or a kind of like an untouched kind of thing going on here.
So when you cut somebody with an untouched blade, it's still clean. It's never blood soaked. The blood drinking blade does soak itself in blood, but whenever you put it in your sheath and redraw the blood's gone somehow.
Mm. A fourth of the normal speed. Yeah, no, these are big decisions for sure.
Mm-hmm. So consolidate sword catalysts means it also takes you longer to develop sword catalysts, and also takes you longer to turn an experience into a catalyst.
Mm-hmm.
So it can really slow you down. It does give you a bonus, a flat bonus for both, but it also doesn't have a growth vector like the other one does. So, big decision. The drinking sword does have usually an environment requirement.
Okay.
You will probably want an environment in which you can actualize the drinking blade. The Sword Carnival is a perfect place for that because you need to find opponents to use the drinking blade on, and the better your opponent, the better the reward. And this place is filled with groups of people who are also learning this very thing. Yeah, if you were to take the drinking blade outside of a place like this, it would be hard to grow.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to look at it like a different perspective in a sense, like of what my sword is. I feel like a wooden sword, in a sense, is more of a drinking sword than a untouched sword.
And it is a wooden switch at that point.
Yeah. Math wise, fourth is doubled in a sense of how long it would take
But
compared
you're
to the other
missing out
one.
on the insights or enlightenments that you'd get as well. So
Yeah. And my last thing is my when I first put my foot in the door for break. I don't know, this was a long time ago now, but I envisioned a devouring seasons in which the sword would gain this kind of stuff. So I feel like the drinking sword is the option. Honestly, I lose out on the energy and the sharpness straight out for sure. But I feel um, like does slain mean I need to kill them?
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like we're going to be forced to kill a whole lot of people here. Well, not really
Yeah.
forced, but heavily encouraged.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go drinking sword. I just feel like
Okay.
I feel like that's something that would also come from
As a note,
Uh,
drinking sword applies to any type of sword held, so it's not like per sword.
Yeah.
So
it's whatever you're using. It's also your path, right? It's like, do
Yep.
you gain from the knowledge of the slain, or do you keep yours untouched, but you gain
Yep.
it at your own pace? It's more of a consume compared to a refinement. Maybe that's one way to look at it. Yeah. Okay. Um, cool.
Indeed. Or at least I hope it is.
Yeah. The only last question I have before we continue, the 12 ones, any interesting results for when I was doing Path of the Sword Stage 7? Or should I just keep those in the back of my mind of things that could be applied to Path of the Sword or um,
yourself sword motes.
sword boats? Okay, cool. Those are similar to the shadow motes I had. I like that. Cool.
Any other questions? Or
Nope.
things we need to?
Now it's just time to make a swing. So there's a few things I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use 3 destiny fragments.
Oh my.
The first one is going towards a peak for weapon skill reinforcement. The next one is so that's gonna be +5 for peak weapon skill, and then I'm gonna do 5 for sword energy
Mhm.
for another one. And the last one I wanted to do. I don't really think devastating is really gonna come in handy here.
Everything is handy
Yeah.
because they're able to gauge.
Yeah, because
All
they
the
looked at the
factors.
poisons last time too.
Yep.
Mhm.
For example.
Again, they look at everything in your strike.
I'm gonna add another +5 for that strike to Sundering.
Mm. Yep.
Fortunately, I can only make that one attack that I did once per encounter, but it's still pretty good.
Sometimes you just need one hit to kill a person, and then the encounter's
Or you
over.
kill somebody hard enough, and the other people stop fighting.
Right?
You know,
Because if they're looking for energy expenditure to see if I could do it again, like some people could see movement of that, and it's like, oh, he didn't use anything to do that.
he just hit that guy real good, like.
I didn't see any key go away or anything be used. This guy just hit him.
Hey.
Why are you hitting people?
Because they need to get good.
Right.
It's like talk shit.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a lot of reasons to hit somebody.
Could be a lot of reasons.
Okay. I guess I want my sunscreen.
Oh, you packing?
Yeah, last minute
Your list
packing.
ready? It's not last minute. You still have a week, don't you? Or are you leaving
No,
today?
Nah, Matt's picking me up here after the session.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
Most importantly, you promised me in and out. I couldn't resist
Right.
the allure.
To go in and then out.
Yep. Mm.
I'm gonna do something fancy. I haven't learned
I
about
like it.
this yet, but it's time to do it. And that's failure for you. I'm going to be putting in a fake coin, a bone coin, a boon, and a tumbleweed into my sword swing. Putting it into my sword energy when I go for the hit. So one fate coin, boon, bone coin, TW into sword energy. And that's from my upgraded um, refined sword reservoir from that interaction because it's now fate and sharpness are the two aspects that it has. So putting that into that sword. What else can I add to get some bonuses here? I suppose I'll just do my my flaming determination. Nope. Liberation. That's what I wanted. Oh, sweet. All tens. Cool, cool. And I'm going to use Even Further Beyond to add the damage to the swing for flat.
Nice.
And I'll also add Even Further Beyond to my pen for the attack for an additional 2 fatigue after the first.
Sure.
So 3,370. And I gain man, I I don't think I've ever really used a 10-10-10 for my fate return. I don't think I've ever really seen a 10-10-10 in a row like that.
Pretty good, Johnny. Pretty good.
Yeah, so I'll just put that back into my Destiny fragment pool. Sounds fine.
That's nice.
Two, I guess I had 5 now since I had a temp for temp. And then slash R
Yeah,
1d10 for using the boon. I mean the bone coin. So I'm gonna put that into my my fate again.
as one does.
Okay. Yeah, seems like a decent hit for now. I do have. I suppose I should put that in as well. Um, where are you at? Path of the Sword. This is from stage 7, which is it's additional +1 sword energy and +1 sword insight. So it's a +1 sharpness as well from that hit, and total sword energy was 8. I don't think this matters, but I'll just say it anyway. For my physical reinforcement weapon skill, it's tier 6, I suppose, in that hit. But honestly, that only comes into play when you have over their physical Dow of swiftness. So there's no really overwhelm there.
It's still relevant to mention.
Yeah.
Most likely.
It's an improvement because now I'm applying my fate to my hits to give me more sword energy for the swing. I've increased my path of the sword by 3 stages. And
Yeah.
I'm trying this new format of my 4 fate currency into the swing as well in a usage. And the +1 sharpness is nice. My sword is more refined from putting in the cultivation influence. So yeah, I go for my swing. It's not a Casey swing with all his fun bits, but it is a swing nonetheless.
It is indeed.
Yep.
I still like my 10-10-10 though, getting all my fate
Oh, yeah,
back.
that was really good. I think you're a lot more able to survive most things, though.
I mean, I do
Also-
have adamantium pathfinder, but
Yeah, you can survive the hit that I just did. Just
I mean, I can do one or the other. I mean, I would have to burn fate point because I would be annihilated from the amount of damage you do.
would adamantine pathfinder not save you from that?
Yeah, it
also
would, but I would have to burn a fate point
Oh, sure.
because the amount of damage you're doing is like suffer
Is a
oblivion in
lot.
a single
Yeah.
single moment. Yeah, so
Well, it can't be that
Alright.
many magnitudes more than your critical damage.
All right.
Okay.
Good job. No block.
Thanks. All right.
I think it's
Defend yourself.
devastating.
Defend myself. So I'm going to do something a little different this time as well. I'm going to be using my movement purchase, if I find it again here. In my it's my pillars section. I'm gonna use Shadow Flicker. And I'm going to use 10 of my narrative pool for it. My agility bonus currently is 11. I'm going to use. So why are you still looking at that? So can I go like this? I think I need to refresh my page, maybe. Interesting. Be right back. I had the 10-10-10 stuck in my like my screen. Like when I hovered over it, it's like it didn't go away. So
I gotta bring bird game, I guess.
Your bird game?
Yeah.
I know it. You were after something this whole time.
each Shadow Shigan spent on this ability grants you your agility bonus times 10 to the bonus to dodge. Flicker. So in this case, I'm going to use Even Further Beyond again to fill my Shadow Qigong to max, but it also goes 299 above the pool. So I'm going to use 299 Shadow Qigong in that usage, and my 10 narrative, and so my bonus to dodge this as I go, it's going to be slash R 11 times 299. So 3, 2, 8, 8, 9, and then plus my mastery of dodge, which is half rounded up, which should be plus 60. And then inescapable bypass tier 12. I don't think that matters, but this applies to abilities that use sheet either way. And submit. Nice. And then roll a d10 for flicker. A 6. So I'm going to gain a fatigue as well. Okay, so I went over the cap we have for additional degrees, Matt.
You went over
I
the
went
cap.
I went a little even further beyond than what we're used to for amount of to reach success on something.
Wait, is there a cap for that?
It's not talked about a lot, but it's been brought up a few times.
Yeah. It's a lot of dust.
It's a lot of dust.
Yeah, it's a lot of dust, yeah. No, you're just swinging really good.
No.
that's a
This
dodge.
is dodge. They were swinging really good. That's
Yeah,
what I
you're swinging
remember.
real good. There you go.
I did my shadow flicker. I applied 10 narrative points to it.
Yep.
Added a bunch, a lot of shadow qigong to this usage.
Yeah, it's pretty good. As for the 3, 4, 5, yeah, nothing breaks.
Okay, good to know. They still hit me though, right? Because they're
Yeah, you flicker and you're like, haha, teek, and they boop you on the top of the head.
damn.
Not
Okay.
bad.
Oh, I thank you.
For most, that would be a perplexing and rather frustrating move you pulled there, especially if they had gone all out.
Well, I've done better than last time. That's all I could ask for.
Indeed. All right, let's take a look around.
Oh yes, let us show. We have a few new areas. We've dug a little deep and found ourselves a little treasure trove.
Good. And it looks like you also have dug upwards.
Yes. You see our 2 slabs of metal from the above side. They're quite sharp, but the strong Ford Mercy seems to like them, so we'll keep them over by them.
All right.
You also saw that Lyron's sword is has upgraded themselves.
Yes, I cultivated with it.
Very nicely done. You have shown sufficient progress, but let's talk points. Well, that's most likely what you're hoping for. Your improvements have been pretty adequate. Let's, for your attack, Lyron, you have some sword weight to it. I still believe you can do something special with it, but that doesn't have to be now. That doesn't have to be soon. But think on it.
Sure.
5 points. Your defense. Again, you surprise me. Normal parry is not something that you can just pick up because you want to. But you are their disciple, so I suppose I should adjust my expectations.
Well, I
You
would
lack.
disappoint if I didn't do that. So
Yes, I've heard that you're not allowed to disappoint. You lack a physicality and sword energy, but that'll come in time. Your technique is good, though. Keep pondering on it. 5 points. Lar, I do enjoy your progress. You've moved up rather sufficiently, even by our standards. You've made good pace with your sword learnings. The embodiment of a true swordsman.
That is the
Your
plan.
focus towards improving yourself with the sword is commendable. I did like what you did when you wrapped up all that fate.
Yes, after my refinement of my fixing of my sword reservoir, fate was tied with my sword energy. So something I utilize all the time. So it only makes sense to apply it with my sword. How did it feel? Like, what did you notice from the combination of the four core fate aspects? Was it like tied together in a sense in the hits, or how did?
No, not yet.
Okay, sorry.
They hit in order, and they tried to entrap me.
Oh, interesting.
It's good. No, this is fate users, especially with the sword. There's multiple ways in which you can approach entwining fate into your strikes. This will come much later, but perhaps a little bit of insight into perhaps how to view it. Once you reach sword intent, this will become very relevant. So, when you swing a blade and you imbue it with fate, do you imagine the sword wrapped in threads of fate? Each thread then reaching outwards away from the sword, looking to entrap? Or is your sword sheathed in strands of fate, and when you collide with an opponent, do those threads of fate then entangle and knot, making it difficult to remove and undo? Two options I've seen. The first one messes with the opponent's rhythm, messes with their plans, obscures and obfuscates their intent. Just a little bit, but it can build up over time until they make a mistake or something doesn't go their way. The other is to entangle their fate, to force them to take a certain action or prevent them from taking a certain action, or just prevent them from using fate at all. So the core four, if you entangle and knot their fate, then unfortunately they can't use their fate either. These are just two approaches. There's probably other ways, but I have not looked too deeply into it.
Oh, that's quite insightful. I think what I try to visualize is my bonds I have. The stronger the bonds, the more oomph I get from my fate. I suppose.
That is a way to approach it.
Hmm.
Once you start your journey after the initial stages of learning the sword, perhaps we can do theory crafting.
Oh,
But
I'd appreciate that.
it'll be light theory crafting. It's not time to focus on that. There are other steps in the process that need your attention. But we can begin. 5. Like it. 5 points.
Oh, what should you think of the usage of destiny in application to my refinement and my sword energy? It seems
Sloppy.
like sloppy. I see.
But you're able to do it though. Now that is noteworthy. Many are incapable of doing it even poorly.
Right.
But you're young. You have time to refine it. Now, a word of advice about destiny in difference to fate. You can control fate, but you should not try and control destiny. Think of it as a raging river or some natural disaster or some sort of geological feature. Work with it, understand destiny. You can't stop the river or dam the river, not in this case, but you can maybe redirect the river or siphon from the river.
Yes. The way I looked at it when I did my swing is that I was destined to reach those points eventually. So I just pulled from the flow of my sword energy, something I already have, and my point in time and my progress when I'm actually at that point, when I have that sword energy. Or
That is a
my.
very dangerous
Hmm,
approach. What you're doing is called prophetic destiny.
I see.
You need to be very careful about prophecy. If you do it again, it might stick.
I see.
And the heavens might take offense, or some other entity might get involved, or just the zone itself might punish you for it.
Okay.
Here, even your fate and destiny is in flux. There's no guarantee that you will survive that far. I do believe you will be able to reach it. That's what I believe. You have the talent, you have the prospects. We wouldn't have recruited you all if I didn't think so. The problem is survival.
Yes, of course.
You'll most likely get away with its use this time, mostly because of that talent and prospect. But if you try and pull destiny to your aid in the manner in what you did, pull from the future, because obviously it's just a matter of time. It is inevitable that you do this. In a place where fate is in flux, especially when survival is a question mark, unfortunately, you can't guarantee that.
Right.
Now, if you were a scion of a very notable house and your fate and destiny for the next 10 years is there's no possible way that you could be defeated or hurt or slain, that is a more set in stone. There's no flux there. Unless somebody like a protagonist of a significant degree came by, or a villain, or some other force that throws destiny off its original tracks. If nothing of that manner interferes, then yes, they can pull from their future self if they're capable of doing so. They can't do it often because that would strain the relationship of who they are now with who they will be.
Mm-hmm.
but they can with minimal penalty. But it's good to know that you can do that. That is not something just anyone can do, let alone have the balls to attempt in the first place.
Okay.
So, not bad. Do be careful with Destiny. You can play with Fate all you like. It's Fate. Who knows? Fate's kind of the playground of mortals. And if you have no ability to affect Fate, then in any other capacity, all that's left to you is your own actions and words, your
Right.
decisions. But even then, that's enough to change fate. But it is not even close to the ability to change destiny. You are not so limited, though, it turns out. This will be interesting. There may be work for you if you eventually, once your group has reached later stages of training, you will be permitted, or even encouraged, depending on the event, to enter the carnival, either as performers, as working staff, or as a service provider. There are many individuals who buy a ticket to the carnival to help their child who is plagued by fate and a poor destiny and fortune for someone to play with it. If we can hone your ability to modify destiny, they get what they pay for. They word it poorly, or if their destiny is so dismal, well, look at, you'll do as they ask if you wish to participate in those activities.
I see.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who come to us desperate for some sort of enlightenment or some sort of service or resource to get them over their bottleneck. Or maybe their child, who is supposed to be the heir of the house, is a talentless wretch. And they want it changed. We make a lot of money off of these idiots. Careful you give your compassion to, by the way, if you do go down this route. Many
Oh
people.
well, I've learned actually that already. That sense of I'm my tribulation aspect from being a fate practitioner is there's give and there's take. So if you give
Yes.
too much, the take comes for its due.
It does. And many will try to appeal to whatever humanity you have inside of you, morality. You need to shut that out. You don't have any fate or luck to give. You will need all of it.
Mhm.
And the interesting part about playing with Destiny, if you try to modify it, change it, and you are insufficiently skilled, you might just transfer your momentum, talent, prospects to that person,
Right.
and you become the talentless wretch. So do be careful. But that's for later. It's I think we would place you right next to the fortune teller booth.
I see.
Yes. Well done. As for your block, not
Or
bad.
get out of the way. Yes.
Yes. It is sufficient for the level that you will need to participate at. I don't believe that was something you could repeat often, but that was rather good. At a certain level, you will be able to wield your sword energy.
Mm.
And it will be a pool you can tap into and will replenish on its own, or through consumables or meditation or whatnot. But once you've reached a certain stage, you will have developed a sword vessel. And that vessel will be like any container. It can be filled and emptied. And that's the real hope. Eventually, somebody will learn to tap deep into their sword vessel to draw out as much of their power as they can. If they're able to successfully wield that culmination of energy and send it your way, it could be very difficult to get out of the way. You'll notice that when I swung at you, each of you, you couldn't get out of the way even if you wanted to. I had trapped you. That
How did you
is
do
called
that?
sword pressure.
Sword pressure. I see.
Yes. Sword pressure is not just the pressure from the sword swung. It attacks multiple different things, but that'll come later. We will teach you about the nuances of sword pressure and how you can use it to your advantage, but later. That particular move you pulled there would be sufficient to overcome an attack of, well, let's call it an attack of significance, because it's significantly lethal, it's complex, it has significant sword pressure, and significant sword energy and sharpness. To get out of the way, maybe it even could be impossible, depending on the circumstances. That was a good dodge. I think that could get out of the way of a significant attack. Costly, yes.
But renewable at the end of the day.
Still, let's say for a duel, a one-on-one.
Mm.
Renewable afterwards, yes, but only once during the fight.
No, I could do that twice at least. With the amount
Twice?
of yes,
Hmm.
my pool of yeah, no, I could definitely do it at least twice.
Interesting. That is good to note.
And with further strengthening of myself and the more fate I accumulate, I'm sure I could do that even more.
Very well. 5 points.
I appreciate it.
Very nice. As for your sanctuary, you are digging into new areas. That is an improvement. You've also improved your swords. 10 points.
Wonderful. Oh, have you gone down though and checked the reservoir?
I don't need to travel down there to understand what's going on down there.
Okay, good.
Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you are, without certain impediments, able to view just about anything and all things within a certain radius of yourself, even down to even the most minute details. That's what happens when you reach golden core. Your aura, your pressure, the amount of energy you have seeps into the atmosphere and to the land around you, and everything it touches, you are immediately and completely aware of.
Hmm.
So, I did notice. It's all yours to exploit, or nurture, or utilize, or leave be. Also, you're the first group who had thought to dig up.
Nobody looks up.
No one looks up. They do eventually, because digging down and down and down is hard.
Been hot.
Yeah, it's a bit hot, yes. The digging up part comes later, when digging down is no longer feasible, and no one wants to live that deep anyways. But up had a different surprise, didn't it?
It was sharp.
Mm-hmm. Well done. I gave you the 10 points instead of 5, or any other lesser number, because you dug both up and down, and you were the first to dig upwards with any success.
Hmm.
So I gave you extra points this time.
We
And then they
appreciate
do
that.
their thing with Poe, and then, all right. 20 plus Poe's mysterious number.
30
the
plus
9.
those.
30. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause I
sorry.
got
20,
10.
10, 10, and 10. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
30. Now, to keep the points rolling in at this rate, you need to continually make significant progress. There may be times when you only get 1 or 2.
Hmm.
Do you hoard them? Do you spend them? Who knows?
Well, I don't think we need to use them on sword essence energy anymore. I think we've gotten that down.
You always need sword essence energy.
Hmm.
Even the low grade sword
Yeah.
nurturing crystals, you will always need them. Many
Oh.
try to sell them or to trade them, and those who do are foolish.
Lyron, maybe that's what you can use for your sword after putting more of because you can't increase it without going to the next stage for mountain climber. Maybe that's what you could use to increase your sword tier. Just give it more of those.
I don't think any of the
Potentially.
low grades will do anything. I
Well,
think it
low
needs.
grades can only be used up to a certain point. They will become obsolete in certain aspects after a while. Like your sword can no longer benefit from the little crystals, or you can't increase your own energy.
Hmm.
But they always will have a very important use. You won't be able to absorb middling grade ones safely, especially if you have no foundation for it. That's why the little ones are so important.
Hmm. So those are
Mhm.
there are those that are still struggling to cultivate in here.
That, and there's a lot of things that can be cultivated with sword energy that you may not even understand can be. Would you like to buy some information on that?
Hmm.
You could spend 1 or up to 10 points for that piece of knowledge.
Lyron, I was thinking a sword insight would be interesting, like we have for Sword is a Lie. I need one
Sword
for
teaching.
sword teaching in a sense, yes.
This might count as one if we do 10 points. Though that sword teaching is usually like a philosophy, so having just knowledge wouldn't.
The sword teachings are right under precepts.
Yep.
Usually sword teachings become precepts.
For our precepts when better understood. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I need one for the 10th anyway, so I was thinking like maybe this would be a good time to think about that.
Great time.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask for one for sure out of my points. And I think that would also be good for you too.
10.
If you 10? All right, I'll spend
10,
my 10.
5 or 10,
10.
depending on the teaching you want. All right. This will be a private lesson, since you are paying for it. If you're able to share it, you may do so.
Oh, all right.
And for a moment, there's a blip, and they go, all done. Basically, there's a time dilation bubble that,
Yeah.
to Lyron's view, it looks like it just, they blipped for a brief moment. But for you, Johnny,
Mhm.
they do check the sword out of its sheath because it makes that
Mhm.
special little chick noise.
Yep.
And the bubble. A sword teaching worth 10 points. Means you are looking ahead towards your requirements.
Correct. Yes.
What is the sword teaching you currently know?
The sword is not always a sword. It's a lie. It can be truthful. It can be anything. It doesn't just need to be a sword. It doesn't need to be an extension of yourself. It can be an extension of yourself.
Well, I asked this because there's a precept and there is a teaching.
Mhm.
The teaching is there's no such thing as a sword until
Yes.
there is.
Right.
But the precept from the Sword Saint is all swords are a lie.
Mhm.
There's a very big difference.
Yes, because if your sword is a lie, then my truth overcomes yours. And then what are you supposed to do? Right?
Unless you're able to overcome the precept. Now, the odd thing about teachings and precepts is they are absorbed first.
Mhm.
Your ability to project them it can be difficult. You need to have a mindset that is almost parasitic, infectious, so that when someone goes to say, that's not what I believe, they have no ground to stand on. Your understanding of this thing that I'm talking about is so insufficient and so woefully incomplete. You have no other option than to take what I am telling you as absolute truth.
Right.
Ignorance. Now, unless they practice the Tao of ignorance, ignorance is insufficient.
Mhm.
In fact, it's a huge weakness. And that's why the Tao of ignorance is so potent, because they weaponize it. They don't care, la 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 la, nuh-uh, I don't believe it. But anyone outside of those, or nullification practitioners, or abyss mages, I've run into a couple of times, very rare, individuals who nullify or twist ongoing truths and whatnot. Nuance, but the majority of people are just standard definition ignorant. But you don't have the precept, and you won't be able to absorb that precept unless you were instructed by the Sword Saint themselves, which they do come by often
Mm-hmm.
to look through our stock, not just swords, but our stable of swordsmen in training. Perhaps if you have a resource that would even impress them, that would be potentially worthy of being instructed on precepts, if you so choose. They're very brutal, the precepts of the Sword Saint.
Is that similar to the Emperor Progress precepts they gave us, in a sense? Like the first and the second step?
Mhm. Yeah,
Gotcha.
if it's a precept of the Sword Emperor, or
Yeah.
that's sort of or the Progress Emperor Progress, those
Yeah.
are precepts. They've
Yeah.
infected you.
Yeah.
And it changes. It basically is almost an ability or how you can perceive the world. But without being taught from the source, it's really hard to project that idea or even use it. So you have the teaching. There's no such thing as a sword until there is. And it is deliciously paradoxical. A wonderful teaching, but a lesser teaching.
Yes. Well, that was the first. It was something to get me started, I suppose.
It was, and it is a good thing to teach. It gets your mind racing, gets you pondering and thinking. What does that mean? But again, even if you were to place it among the teachings of the sword, that would be a 5 point.
Right.
It does not preclude that precepts would be 10. Those would be 100.
Oh, interesting.
We do have those who can teach you sword precepts. They won't be the sword saints, but they are their own. I
Mhm.
have mine. And they will change the way you interact with the blade. But we'll see. Now I have a couple options for you. I can't obviously allow you to pick because there's no such thing as window shopping for sword teachings.
Of course.
What to teach you?
My path is of the spirit and swiftness, if that makes anything easier.
Someone who experiences and something that can be quick. I wonder. I have 2 options that would be rather fitting, even.
You want me to roll 1d2?
No, they're kind of mulling it over.
Yeah,
They have this kind of flat and very bland look, but you can feel them reading something. I think I will go with the second one.
Ah, 2
The
is
shape of the blade.
the shape of blade.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this is a teaching that can be taught to both swordsmen and bladesmen. They
Okay.
will interpret it differently, but it is a profound knowledge in such a case that it can be a teaching in multiple disciplines of weaponry. Shape of the blade. It's 3 parts. The first is what is shape of the blade? I will actually type it up for you
Oh,
so that
appreciate
you
it.
can copy paste it.
You also don't have to. Like, I if you just say it, I can. I'll
Yeah,
get from the transcript later. Like, it is an
I will
option.
type it for you.
I do appreciate that, though.
Of course. Okay. What is the shape of a blade? A tool or an extension of oneself. Cut both cleanly.
So to me, that sounds like kind of like a riddle, but it's more of we have the perception that it can be one or the other, but really, it's however you shape it to be. Is what it really sounds like to me.
No. You feel that neither cut both cleanly. Cut the tool and cut the extension. Teaching is the sword is a sword.
Yeah.
Don't think
use it,
too hard.
use it to cut a tool or an extension of yourself. Whatever you're up against, use it to cut both, depending on
Well,
whatever
this
one
is
you're doing.
this is both the questions are an inflection point, not a projection of self or projection of thought. The question marks are meant in a form to point it towards introspection
Okay.
and only look introspectively. Because what is the shape of the blade? So you ponder on it.
Gotcha.
And most people come to the conclusion it's a tool.
Yeah.
It is something I wield. But others
It's an
think
extension.
upon it's an
Yeah.
extension of myself.
Yeah.
Cut both of these away from yourself cleanly. A sword is a sword.
Sword is a sword.
It is not an extension of yourself, nor was it a tool.
Yeah.
A sword is a sword. And there's a huge multi-layer undercurrent behind this.
Mhm.
But it's an undercurrent, and rather than like a labyrinth of different layers. The undercurrent just wants to take you away. Don't think about it. It's a sword. Just cut bitches.
Yep.
Or stab them. But there's also some other hidden stuff in there. It may come from different teachings later on, or
Mhm.
things you learn along the way. But that's pretty good.
Okay.
All right. There's your teaching.
Perfect. Something to work with. All right, Lyron, I've used all my points up, and I know you wanted to save some of yours as well. The question is, what do you do?
I would also like to spend 10 points for the uses of the sword energy, sword nurturing energy.
Mm-hmm. Would you like a middling crystal for a 10?
No, I would like the information you were willing to give on what other uses there are.
Yeah. All right. Do you want the full 10?
Yes.
All right. We'll start with phase 1 usage. This one you are just kind of sinking your teeth into, honing your blade on. You can feed it to vessels, whether sword or idle. You've also found that you can hone yourself with it. But these are common ideas. Once you get a new resource, even if it is bottom of the barrel, you still want to experiment with it, figure out what it is. So of course you will utilize it. And it will be in short supply, making it precious, until it isn't in short supply, and you have no idea what to do with it going forward. Hold on to them. The lower grade sword energy, the sword nurturing crystals, have what we call a dull edge. You'll notice that there is a concept called sharpness.
I have noticed.
Low grade sword energy, especially in the crystals, are incapable of holding an edge. It's a training sword. Now, many people have remarked that you can kill with a training sword. Yes, obviously. But it is not to be compared with a real sword. The moment you enter the realm of the middling grade crystals, or middling grade energy, you are now playing with a real blade. Now, the edge isn't very sharp, but it can still kill. It actually can kill quite effortlessly if wielded correctly. You have to put a great amount of effort into wielding the lesser crystals. For you, as a scholar, sword scholar, you can even put energy into a pen as you write your books, as you take notes. You can grind it up and mix it into the ink. Because it's a training tool, because it is a entity that can't hold an edge, it's malleable. It's not a sword yet, but it still holds sharpness, even if it's dull. And you can use your own inner energies and your own power to magnify the sharpness. Say you mix it into ink, and you write calligraphy, which is a very sought after profession if you're good. Through that special ink and through a special brush, you can wield the brush like a sword. And you can cut onto the paper profound sword knowledge and truth, maybe even insight, enlightenment, with the sharp ink. But it doesn't slice the paper. Instead, it leaves beautiful calligraphy, and those who look upon it will be learned, if they have any talent. The same thing with non-sword tools. Now, this is an interesting bit. We do condone the use of hidden weapons, poison, as you well know, and other nefarious tricks and tactics. It's not fair along the path. There are many out there who say they're honorable, but they're anything but when it comes down to it. So you need to get used to the idea that there is honor, and there can be honor, but there's a hell of a lot more dishonor. Winning means living, so stay alive. You can imbue the crystals into artifice. I noticed that you have, let's just say, the dexterity and the talent for artificing. Well, you can use these crystals in artifice. The middling ones, not quite. You might be able to put the energy into a bladed edge, or a needle, or something that can cut or pierce. But you can imbue the entirety of the craft, even the protective plating or the housing, even the mechanical parts, with the low-grade stuff, which you will need to protect the whole of the craft from the much sharper energy kept in the bladed portions. You can even use the sword energy in medicine and alchemy. There's a lot of individuals who suffer sword-based wounds. Some that don't close or heal properly. And unfortunately, pills and elixirs don't seem to be able to heal. Because by the time you've absorbed it, the pill or elixir to heal yourself, your inner energies have already obliterated the medicinal effects. Because it is a foreign object and it has no sharpness. So you take a crystal and you coat the pill with sword energy, and it no longer is destroyed when you absorb it, and you can heal normally. It's a dull edge, but it is an edge your energies recognize. You will also need, down the line, a lot of wealth. And I do mean a lot of wealth. One of the checks further down the line for when you've established, I'd say, a tier 4 sanctuary is wealth. And it seems you have that appropriately handled. But is some of that wealth even usable? Can you access all of the things in your vaults? Maybe, maybe not. The sword crystals, if you can't find a way to store them all, you can store them in a sword, an effigy. You can have it be a piggy bank. And you can also turn additional swords into piggy banks. Instead of dimensional storage rings, you have dimensional storage swords. These will be very important in certain trials going forward. For all things without sharpness, or the image and shape of a sword, will be destroyed. We don't tell you that, and I won't tell you exactly which ones, but if you walk into these with your spatial storage ring, they will be destroyed and everything in it will be destroyed. Unless you have something that is tricky, such as a sword storage. But why does it matter? Certain storages, if you try and increase the capacity and the quality of what it can hold, you can build it with higher grade sword nurturing crystals or sword energy. But they tend to obliterate and cut everything you store in it that isn't also a sword. We use the same trick again. You coat the objects you absorb into the sword with low grade sword nurturing energy, and it tricks the sharpness into thinking like is like.
Would one of these
Yeah.
locations destroy this ring that I got from the Emperor of Glitch?
That is a hard question to answer. Glitch is one of the sharpest edges next to fractal that there is. I don't believe it would falter. That is a... They could look a bit closer, and then they kind of rear their head back. No, that should be sufficiently fine. But if the majority of the people around you lose their spatial rings and yours is fine, especially with how pretty it is, they will notice. You'll make a lot of enemies very quickly. Greed and covetousness is a central aspect of being a cultivator. Frankly, I think we're all just dragons at heart. Collect a horde of resources, kill anyone who looks at it, and anyone who has stuff I want, I'm gonna go get it. Well, at least if I'm strong enough. But
Sure. Especially in this place, it seems.
very much so. I'll also give you this piece of information. The entity that you will be fighting at the end of the 6 months, which is coming closer every day, you will need to be very careful about how you handle a lot of the material that you might get if you do win. Low grade, sword nurturing energy can help be a protective layer. Same with the sword metal outside. The sharpness on that is so dangerous, the higher up you get, that you might have bisected yourself just by looking at it.
So you could protect yourself with the dull edge from the crystals.
Not quite. You'll need to layer yourself. At one point, you're going to need to potentially get a protective series of tools, including potentially armor, potentially even tongs, or some sort of tool to grab something. And you'll need to coat it with the most potent sword sharpness and energy you can possibly manage. Those tools won't be able to survive that interaction without the first initial layer, the low grade. Then you build middling, high, and so on until you've reached the sufficient sharpness. Then you would coat the outmost layer again. If you go up to, say, superior or supreme levels of sharpness, you then coat the outer layer with low grade again. It allows a softness not dull. You combine the lowest grade sword energy with this really, really high sword grade energy, it turns the low grade energy into a softness that high grade energy can use, or flexibility beyond its normal means. If you throw enough of those crystals at it, now you have a malleable supreme sharpness that can twist and bend and turn, and when it collides with another sharp object, it does not chip, it does not shatter, it does not leave furrows or dents in the sharpness. Flexible, malleable,
So,
soft.
what if you use it with your own sword energy when you're folding, for example, your sword energy?
It is multiple folds of use. I do recommend it, but you need to be careful. You need to have the appropriate ratios, because if you use too much, you will just dilute your fold. Basically, you'll fold in weakness into the refining process. But it's used for two things. One, it is weak enough to be able to seep through all that sword energy and get at the core of your blade. And you can use it with certain sword extraction techniques to pull out impurities. The second is you can fold in flexibility, malleability, and softness into the core of your sword energy, which is very important. You'll need a lot of little crystals for this. But it's very easy to use too much, and even one crystal is too much in certain cases. Don't use too much. It's actually preferable to use a little too few rather than go over. Having a little bit more of an inflexible blade rather than a weak blade is preferable. Very good question. As you can see, sword refining and sword folding of your energy is a extremely potent and important time for the swordsman or sword scholar. Many try to fold in higher and higher sharpness crystals. This is folly. If you're not already sharper than that material, you should not put it in your blade. Because whenever you swing it, you swing to cut yourself as you cut others. I've seen many foolish children kill themselves because they folded in a high-grade crystal into one of their folds. And they swung it, and they cut all those in front of them and all those behind them and themselves. Don't do that.
Seems bad.
Yes. Eventually, most people will not learn the importance of the low-grade crystals. Eventually, they will want to get rid of them so that they can increase their base value currency. There will come a time in the market when people don't know what they have or the value of such things. If people start willingly trading low-grade crystals, grab them, even if you have to trade away mid-grade stuff for them. Try not to give away the high grades unless you're getting a killer deal. They are rare.
But even so, if you're willing to trade high grade for the low grade, it might cue people into them being more
It could.
valuable than.
But it could also mean that you've been lacking. Most people will think you can't even use the higher grade one because you're behind, you're less, and you have to trade your more valuable things for the beginner resources. Just like in swordsmanship, your beginnings, your foundations, your basics are what you build everything off of. If they suck, you suck. View the low-grade sword nurturing crystals as part of foundations. If you use too little of them or too many of them, you suck. But if you're able to hit that golden band of just right, you will build another pillar, a very strong pillar, among the rest of your foundations. Most people don't know that you can add to your pillars of foundation. You have a much more stable structure, and because your structure is more stable, you can build higher than even those with more talent, because their tower can't take more weight. Their tower becomes unstable if they go further. Yours doesn't. So think on that.
I would assume the same can be said of refinements if you do not have a sufficiently
Reinforcements?
reinforced body.
Correct. They're not as important, in my opinion, as some other things. Reinforcement is the next stage. It is the first series of beginner teachings that will allow you to gain an edge over an enemy. That's the same in most things. Problem with reinforcement that makes it less in my eyes is that you can always go back and fix it, to train again, to improve it. You can put it down and come back. When you are folding your sword energy, you cannot undo. Every fold, every decision, every honing, sharpening, nothing can be undone. You can't go back and fix it. The only thing you can do is take your blade and shatter it over your knee. Start over. Most people don't survive it. Yes, I will technically, as a beginning set of teachings as a cultivator, the reinforcements are essential to be competitive in this wide world of cultivators.
But it doesn't matter when you do it, based on what you're saying.
Reinforcement, yes. You will want a proficiency of around 3 or 4 so that even the most pathetic cultivators can't pick on you. Cultivators who are weak or struggling, if they find an opponent, especially one that they think they shouldn't be able to beat, someone they think that should be stronger than themselves, and they're winning, they become wickedly cruel. So do keep that in mind.
Yes. Anything else you wanted to ask, Lara?
Oh, I'm trying to think, honestly. I was thinking about a landing pad, but I feel like we can talk to your sword, Lyron, and figure some more things about that. I was thinking it'd be interesting to use the sauna downstairs to help cultivate our sword energy.
Sure. Or it might help with folding our energies, since it is full of sword energy there.
But what about the filtering and like purification of that energy? I suppose that's something we should think about as well when we're doing it.
Well, I'm adept at moving energies around, and
Mm.
I can recognize sword energy now, so
You can
maybe
just
I
put
could
it through.
pull beneficial things out of the air and keep the other impurities out.
I was thinking it'd be a good cultivation room if we ever wanted to do that. The only other thing I was thinking of is sword arrays. Wonder if we could get a book of some kind, Elder Undying Sword. Do you have any books on sword arrays?
Yes. I do.
Might be useful, especially on building more of our sanctuary up.
And when will you have time to learn it?
It's true. I'm a swordsman. I just gotta go, go, go.
Hmm. I could take the
Correct.
time to learn them.
Could, but it might be a bit different than what you're expecting. Sword arrays are not artifice.
If only I've had access to my people. Then they
And
could
you would
work
have
on
killed
that.
your people.
Exactly. That's why I'm not.
There's a reason the red string was put on that. They are incapable of helping you in a meaningful capacity until you have the prerequisite resources for them to interact with,
Hmm.
such as a ludicrous surplus of low-grade sword nurturing crystals.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I will warn, the Maestro has analyzed the card. Your duplication effect, it will work on the crystals, but not all crystals will duplicate correctly.
It is a recreation, after all.
It is recreation. I would recommend focusing on rather quantity of duplications, but quality.
Hmm.
So if you were to put in one and get, say, 5 out, well, that stretches that resource in duplication very thin. Recreation, sorry. Make instead one really good one or two moderately good ones
Hmm.
in recreation.
One of the things too about my people is that they're quite insightful in things. So putting in a recreation helps them see what usages we could get out of that material. Um, but alas, I need to be stronger and I need to give them more safety before I can think about things like that. But it is a good point, and I'll remember that. It's good teaching.
Can be yes. They will need a protective layer with anything you give them. And that's where the low-grade crystals comes in. They can coat their tools and their lab equipment and their facilities, their protections in that energy, and they will be able to interact. The sword arrays we teach here, even the basic ones, have a sharpness to it. To a person, let's say I give you an inferior low grade sword teaching manual.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who doesn't study the sword, as you read it, it's like getting paper cuts on your retina.
Mm.
If I gave you a good manual, the person would lose their eyeballs as they would get cuts trying to read it. But if they wore a set of glasses that they used per lens, just a single crystal of the low grade variety, they can read it without fear.
Right. Yeah, good to know. It was a good question, Laron. I'm glad you asked it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, what else?
Hmm. I don't know that I have any other questions.
We
Do you want to
probably want
save
to
some
save
points?
those 10 points that we got from Sanctuary.
Yes.
That can be useful.
And Lion, you're
You've
still
asked some
thinking
very big
about that.
questions.
Mm. Yes. Well, I think Lyron, you're more hoping to get the zone restriction lifted, right?
Yes, that would be quite helpful.
Clarification on that. Did you say that it's one person has one ability lifted for the zone restriction lift? Or is it every person within the sanctuary gets one ability, or is it just 100 points for one person's one ability?
I need you to clarify because there's restrictions from zones, as in Zone 1 restrictions.
Yes. So I think that's what you asked for, wasn't it, Lyron?
Yes. Lifting
Yes.
the zone restrictions.
If you are in a zone that has restrictions, one single thing or one person's one ability can have one restriction removed for a bunch of points.
All right. So it's not one per person. It's it is one per person, and not multiple people can have one
Right.
thing. Gotcha.
Yep. Or you
Okey
can
doke.
wait until the carnival moves up an entire zone, and then you don't have to worry about it. But having
good thought.
yeah, because once they're done with the zone they're in, they will move up and they will continue to move towards zone 3.
Okay.
Eventually they'll get into zone 2. You'll still be in the Sword Carnival, but you'll undergo the zone 2 restriction rules instead. The advantage of buying off a restriction in that restricted zone is that everyone is restricted, but you're not. And if you pick the right thing, it could be a game changer.
Well, and does this lifting of the zone restriction apply to all zones at that point for that one ability?
There's
If
only one up.
it applies, if you pick a specific restriction and it also is applied in the same zone that you're going to, it also lifts the same restriction. So if it's you have the super awesome mega cool sword slash and you have a damage output restriction. Well, you undo the damage output restriction. Doesn't mean you can swing it very well, but damage is there. If it was a 80% reduction in zone 1 and a 50% reduction in zone 2, well, the restriction lift applies to both. You do full damage in both.
Okay.
So if you pick well, you can remove the restrictions. I know exactly which one you're going for, Lyron.
Yep.
That one's going to be rather expensive.
I think it was 100 points or something. Maybe 50. I don't.
For
it
the
was one of
easy
those two.
stuff.
Well, it was 100 or 50 for that ability. Was what they had said beforehand when I'd asked
Your
about
master
it.
even allows it. You should probably ask
That
them.
is true.
Bye, John. So
I wanted
guess-
it for willpower. That's what I wanted it for.
nice.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, well, zone 1 restriction stat limit's 299.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could have willpower that goes above it.
Yeah.
Like a crazy person.
Even further beyond to go even further beyond.
Isn't that just crazy? So, looking at it, do some stuff. What else do you guys want to do?
Well, we don't really want to ask any more questions.
Want to
Or
buy
I
anything?
don't think. Is there anything that we want to buy?
Can I buy a phone that allows me to talk to Cooney?
No. They need to focus on their blacksmithing.
Yeah, I figured.
As for, you can buy private lessons, or teachings, or instruction.
I think.
Or you can hold on to your
'Cause-
points.
How many points did we have back from last time?
Pretty sure it was 9.
9. So we have 19 plus whatever Poe's getting, which would be
Yep.
his. I think saving is probably better. So we still have the sword nurturing crystals.
Yes, you do.
Hmm. And I think that is implied that spending points on it is probably not the most efficient way to get them anyway. Based on the fact that we're going to need a ton of them, and points are supposed to be scarce.
Especially with this elder. You were also
Yep.
informed that there's 4 other sectors. They're in charge of an entire sector.
Yeah.
And they
So we could get-
each elder does points differently.
Yep. So we might be able to get sword crystals from somebody else from a different zone, for example. Or not a different zone, different sector. So. I think that's all I wanted. What about you, La?
Thinking.
So be it.
Oh, he's thinking.
Johnny be thinking, using his think meats.
It's not working very well though. It's going like now you're looking at that progress bar on the download and it's going really slow. It's going really slow.
Hits me like a wrecking ball.
Yeah, balls. Should we get some like stuff for the house? Like, I don't know, some material on like to build walls and
I kind of want to use those armor plates to build walls.
oh yeah. Huh.
Is that not a thing that we were?
We're gonna have to get more.
More?
Is there a sword purifying array of some sort we could get? So we could, when we're doing our folding, we could purify the sword energy.
Define purify.
When we take in sword energy from down below, for example, and we go to do our folding, and if we do not get rid of that impure energy that we want to use, I suppose we don't know which is pure, which is not pure. Is that a question we could ask, I suppose?
There are many definitions of pure. That's why I'm asking. Pure, to some people's eyes, is an absolute unity of one thing.
Yes.
That is not what makes up sword energy. Sword energy is very complex. If you try to purify it by the actual textbook definition, you'll destroy your sword. Do you mean cleanse and wash? Temper?
Yeah, I feel like tempering, to me, when I look at a sword, it is bonds folded on itself. And at least from a forging aspect, from what Cooney's told me. But the way I see it as well is more fate side of things and fate that bonds, and it's a whole different perspective, I suppose. But keeping the stronger bonds and with that, I don't know what I'm asking, I suppose. I have an idea of what I want. Because moving forward, I need to be able to use this and I guess figure it out as well. Lyron, you have a way with your Taiji to
Purify.
to figure out your sword energy. Um,
Hmm.
and the whole point of the forging is to, get rid of the bad, keep the good.
Yep.
But what is bad and what is good?
Yeah, it's all about the perspective of. And I suppose I
No.
can figure that out. Oh no.
There's a definitive answer. There is a correct answer. About 3 correct answers, and then every other answer is wrong.
I suppose sword energy and energy as well. Like, so if it's not sword energy, that's something we're not looking for, right? If it doesn't have sharpness, if it doesn't have the energy of sword, or
So don't mistake putting fate in between the folds. Don't make
yes,
that mistake. So fate's really it binds both ways. Imagine your blade being unable to be swung without the permission of fate.
yes.
Wouldn't that be weird?
Doesn't sound like freedom to me.
Hmm. How many points would it be for one of the correct answers?
Of how
Like,
to
Of what is considered pure?
I'd say 1 point.
Okay. Do we want that?
sure, but I figured I was on the right track there with like, for example, we talk about fate energy, for example, and compared to sword energy, and we don't want to put fate energy inside of our sword energy, because when we fold it, we can get screwed over that way.
Hmm.
I guess it's to know what is sword energy, or one of the 3 in this case, to put into it. And I figure sharpness, with the things we've been learning about with our path of the sword, like the sharpness,
Hmm.
and then our sword energy, and then maybe sword insight of some kind. Might be another sort of energy for ourselves.
Sure.
I mean, that could be one of the 3, if we wanted to choose that. But I guess what I was trying to think of. What about a sword gathering array? That would be useful, I think, to consolidate the energy within an area, so we can better, when we do our folding. I suppose that's one way to look at it. Maybe
Main
is there something like that?
question. What do you
Oh,
mean by sword gathering?
for sword energy, for example, or
Like, could you set up a sword array down in the, I guess, underground to collect and condense sword energy?
Now, who's going to be doing the making of the array?
it's true. Yes.
Hmm. I guess we would have to learn sword arrays as well.
Or Elder, could you make the sword array for us?
Most certainly. See, we recommend focusing on one discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mix and match. Don't dabble. And unless instructed directly by your teacher, stay on focus. There are some professions, disciplines, that when you reach a certain level, will require you to do a little bit of branching out. Stay on target. You are an artificer. And you, Mr. Lai, I believe, is trying to do alchemy.
Yes.
Other way around.
Sorry,
This Mr. Lar,
Lars,
you said.
alchemy, Lyron is artifice. Yeah.
Artifice? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you said the first time. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
L's.
You were saying sword arrays were not artifice, but neither are regular arrays that are used in artifice. Could you use sword arrays in artifice as well, in place of the
Of
regular
course,
arrays?
some of the most profound creations start. There's a minor profession called preparation. You prepare materials either for transport or for use. Then you would send it to a smith, where they shape it. Then you can send it to an alchemist to have it alchemically treated. You can then send it to a refiner to have it refined. You could then send a craft to an array specialist. Since it is ready, you can then have it inscribed with an array. You can then send it to have it ensorcelled. Layer after layer after layer. Now, what you would do with such a weapon or an object, I don't know. Having that many disciplines work on a craft and have it endure the entire process is rather wild. A lot of crafts break somewhere along those steps, and the likelihood of it breaking or being destroyed increases for each profession that works on it. But yes, you can. It's one of the most popular. Is you take an artifice, you refine it, and then you put an array on that refinement. So
Yes, but
3 steps.
you can do the same with a sword array.
Yeah, yes and no. It's array specialists are their own profession, and there are nuances, there are details, there's a whole bunch of things.
Ah.
Stay on target. If you want to buy an array, you just have to tell me how good you want it to be, and how much you're willing to pay for what type of effect you want. If none of you are going to be sword array specialists in the first place, or just an array specialist, it doesn't matter. Just buy it. It'll be expensive, but as long as you're able to maintain it, it should be worth the cost.
Lyron, I was thinking a gathering array for the nursery seems like a good idea.
Want to move the nursery down to the lowest level that we have?
Yes.
Don't make that mistake.
My apologies. What I was thinking more is a gathering array at the current nursery where it is, which then takes from some of the energy that's coming down from below. That's kind of it would draw it towards it.
Don't make that mistake.
Don't make that mistake. Okay.
That sword embryo, that cradle, should be completely separate from a direct source.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean you can't have more than one. You should have tiers if you do it. If you want to have one on the next floor down, you are now exposing all the swords there to heat and sword energy.
Yeah, the tempering aspect.
Your idea is a good one. It is a solid and forward-thinking idea, but many of your swords aren't ready for that type of baptism.
Right. Gotcha.
So as you dig deeper, each floor down, it's a different set of qualifications. To give you an understanding, unless it's a relic, don't move it off this floor.
But Laron, that's a good point though. We could make a second one down below, which would be helpful for your sword, for example, in Chung Po's.
You would be able to nurture level 1 sword relics or even higher. It'll be less the effects for a higher relic. But level 1s on one floor below would be what you're looking for. If you put any sword in there that isn't outright indestructible and incapable of being cut, don't put it down there. It's even worse if you go up. There's a deprivation of sword energy. It's like doing high altitude. The swords starve. The higher up it goes, the more it starves. And it needs to be able to withstand deprivation and starvation and dehydration, which is technically the concepts for a person. But it turns out swords can too.
Is the reason there's less sword energy up there because it condensed into those plates?
Or the plates absorb them.
Hmm.
You are in a Goldilocks zone. Right between a boiling, gruesome death and a very slow asphyxiation.
Hmm.
We put a lot of effort into making sure that each of these areas are just right for habitation.
Were we supposed to have more members in this troop? Because there was a whole lot of rooms in there with dead people. Or is that just like normal for the troops to end up having most of the members die?
Most, yeah, it's average. Yeah, actually, some troops only have one survivor.
Hmm.
You see, we grab a bunch of kids and a bunch of people with talent, some people with prospects, fortune, and whatnot. And we test them on the most basic ability to survive. Because if you can't do the basics, everything you learn here is useless. And we're not an unending font of wealth. As you see, we treat our students, I'm going to call you students, pretty well. We're actually pretty generous with what we're willing to give, but that can only go so far. So, why don't we just do the most basic thing? Test them on how to survive.
And if you can make it a gift at the same time, then you don't have to worry about it too much.
Yes.
Price-
And each and every one of those individuals inside there had a test inside. They died to it. Then the collection teams go collect that gift, which has been fed and potentially even improved. So it's a win-win for us. We remove fake talent and fake geniuses. And we also improve the resources we have so we can give it to others or use it for another time.
So those rooms are empty because last time I looked in on them, they had whatever dangers and some corpses.
When I came around the first time, they should have cleaned up some. Now that I'm here with you again, they should have cleaned up the rest of them. You can use them as you please. They will be actually empty.
Interesting.
So do that with the information what you will.
Well, I think That's all I have to ask.
Yeah, no,
Sorta.
I'm good too. Lyron, I definitely think next time we come around, though, we should put that in place.
The sword array.
Yeah.
If you want to buy any sword sanctuary questions, or are you not ready to push for the next level of sanctuary?
That might be a good
Either is
idea.
sufficient.
We could ask how
Yeah.
to get to the second level.
I have two things in mind, Lyron. One is we've already talked about before, the landing pad and how that works out mechanically. It almost seems that the space would need to be condensed or expanded upon in a smaller area.
Mhm.
Um, the next one after that is maybe like room refinement. I don't know how I'd answer that. So, in other words, a bathroom could turn into one of a sauna and a I don't know, grooming area. The training room could be sectioned off in a sense of there's a section for cultivation training, and there's a section for swordsmanship, and there's a section for um, like different parts of a gym in a sense. The library could have different sections as well, depending on the topic. Um,
Oh yes, and we can call it the Dewey Decibel system.
Dewey Decimal System.
Because the sound.
Yes.
I don't know who this Dewey fellow is, but it just came to mind. Regardless, do you think we should ask?
I think we should ask about how we can get the landing pad for sure. I think that's something we should work on.
How to get the landing pad, or how to get to sanctuary level 2?
Sure, how to get the sanctuary level 2. I think that's a good question.
Yes.
How many
It'll be 4
points would that
points.
be? 4 points?
4 points? Okay.
It'll always be double the level of which you're trying to reach.
I see.
So 6, then 8, then 10.
Gotcha.
Okay. To reach sanctuary level 2, you want to know that information?
Yes.
Yes.
Fork over to points.
All right, we are now at 15.
We'll spoon feed them.
Need 2 requirements. There will always be a requirement equal to the level of the sanctuary you're trying to reach. First is you must conquer ruins. You will find them all over the mountain and in the mountain. That is your home. As you dig out, if you come across structure as they walk over to one of your walls that shows brick, as they wrap their knuckles on it, they're very obvious when you've come across a ruin.
Those are walls
how-
ruins then? Oh.
Hmm?
Are our walls ruins?
Well, if inside you find structures or remains or something that was built, it's a ruins. You'll need to conquer at least one. And you'll need to have had to expand your sanctuary territory in a certain direction. So you'll need to have at least doubled, minimum, the size of your current sanctuary, which you have. So you've met the
Gone down.
first requirement. You went
Yes.
down and carved out that floor, and leaving the pillars in, which is insufficient to count as doubling, but you did go upwards. So there's that. You can also claim the isolation cells as forward territory.
Yeah.
They are yours, If you want to cut open the empty ones, you can, or put a door in them if you'd like. Just don't let the creatures out. So I think the only 2 cells that have creatures left are Mr. Poe's gift and Mr. Lara's gift. I
Yes.
believe you captured your gift, Mr. Lyron.
On accident. But yes.
Keep a cell, one of those very mundane, very solid, very dense cells, unmarred. You can cut open the rest and make isolation chambers or some sort of storage or a defense or however you want to do it. Keep at least 1 so you can put the spider back if you want to train.
Yes.
So you can also just keep them as they are, so that if others had captured their gifts or want an isolation chamber with no doors, you can use your little trick to get them back in. But you have either needed to conquer the isolation territory, the territory with the isolation cells. You needed to go up or down, or both, or all 3. Your permutation, it seems, is completely surrounded by ruins. Which is weird. It limits the size of the sanctuary you can build in the first stage, but it also makes doubling the sanctuary size rather simple. Because you didn't carve out a huge cavern. You only have a little bit of a space, so doubling it shouldn't be too hard. If you're able to conquer this ruins, or if you go down the hallway and start cutting into the walls past the isolation cells, you can start digging again. Maybe you find another ruins. Now, what does it mean to conquer it? You need to have access to all rooms, but you don't need to have access to all resources. But you need to be able to access every location in there. Some ruins are divided up into multiple tiers, multiple different chambers, antechambers, and they all have a significant requirement to get through. Some are just cut it. How dare this door impede my progress? Cut the door. Some will require showing your sword talent or sword knowledge. Some will require you to give it enlightenment or insight. There's a lot. Some will require an absolute mountain of low-grade crystals.
So, if there's no entrance to this ruin that completely surrounds us, how do we get in?
Have you tried cutting it?
I suppose we did when we first started carving out the place, but Lar has improved his sword energy greatly. Might be able to cut it now.
I didn't actually try to cut the walls.
This wall most likely will require you to have completed your basic sword training, Mr. Lar.
Ah, I see.
This is a particularly potent wall. If you can't find a way in, make your own door.
So you could try the same thing you did with the other rooms, Lyron, too.
I haven't really tried that yet. I suppose I could, but then I would be... Oh, what if there's something sharp that I hear over there on the other side? That is a
That's true.
possibility.
It's true, yes.
There are also a lot of things you can do with a ruin. You can also sell them. You can put them on market there is a special vendor that comes by after you've reached a certain tier of sanctuary, and you can buy real estate. Yes, they don't make any sense. I don't know how he does it, but that's his thing. And yes, you can sell him your ruins, and the ruins will be picked up, and he will take it away.
Do we have to have conquered him first, though?
Cut him?
Conquer.
Conquered.
No, you don't.
Hmm.
Sometimes they're more valuable if you haven't conquered it, because it gives the individuals who do buy an unconquered dungeon the opportunity to test themselves, to hone themselves. There's also a delicious knowing and certainty that is untouched, untampered.
Hmm.
It still has that original packaging. Downside is you won't be able to meet him until you actually conquer at least one.
Which just completely surrounds us, so...
No, not completely. It's just weirdly shaped. It's actually pretty small.
Well, we can add it to our sanctuary as well once when we've conquered it.
Yes, yes you can.
And it would be some real walls for the sanctuary as well.
That is another thing. Once you have progressed enough in the trials, combat will become more of a daily part of your lives. Resources will become scarce. So how do you get the resources you need? Well, you may have to take it from others. There will be tunneling wars at one point. If you can get the proximate location of where you are in relation to another group, you can kind of start to dig in that direction. Or if you suspect that they have a ruins that they are trying to conquer or is something of particular value, and you want to take it from them, you can try and guesstimate where it is and dig your way after it. Having walls like these are pretty good. A lot of beginners will not be able to cut through these, even if they wanted to. And it seems to have wrapped itself around your very itty-bitty sanctuary, which means you may be trapped, and you may not be able to expand horizontally, which is the safe layer, but you're also heavily protected.
Well, if we only need to meet the second requirement, Laura, I think what we should do is try to conquer this ruin next.
I agree. I think that sounds like a great idea.
Now, there is another type of ruin you'll need to be careful of. There are crypts that you can find your way in. There are sword remnants there. You'll need to be careful. They may fight back. Now, here's the weird part about crypts. If you're able to access all the rooms, but you haven't dealt with the entities inside, but the entities are dormant, you can still have considered conquered it. If you piss them off, then your sanctuary is now under, you're in contested sanctuary. Down the line, sanctuaries are either secured or contested. There are significant bonuses for those who can maintain a secured sanctuary. If you have a contested sanctuary, there are significant downsides. But also, it's a good fight. You can absorb a crypt into the sanctuary if the conditions are just right. And not even having to defeat all the things in there. But if you piss things off, then you're now contested.
Hmm.
And no, you can't sell a individual threat from a crypt. You can sell the whole crypt, threats and all, but that's it. If you thought.
Well, I think that's it then. I
Very
don't
well.
think there's any other questions. Or any other things that we would like to buy.
Yeah, I think once we get tier 2, maybe we can work on getting the landing pad.
Because currently we don't have much space. And getting tier 2 will presumably give us a few more options. Like hopefully getting the landing pad.
Yep. Sounds like a plan. All right. Sword Elder, we appreciate your time here. Look forward to your next visit.
You'll see me once more
Mhm.
for your trial. I wish you good fortune and success in your studies and trainings.
High five, Lyron. We did it.
High five.
I survived another trial. Tribulation. Okay. So, is it time? Are you guys going now, or what's the plan?
Oh, no, it's going to be after the session.
Okay.
My flight is later this evening.
Okay.
And it's like an hour after the session ends that we're going to be meeting up. Or he's going to pick me up.
Alrighty.
So we got another hour and 20 minutes on the session.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to get your sword path finished.
Yes.
I need to figure out a way to get some sword catalysts to actually get going on that. But I can't deal with the training dummies in the treasury yet. In the vault.
Uh,
I don't know how I'd get sword catalysts otherwise, right?
so
now.
I'm gonna take a rest
Okay. I will also do that.
just to
So
start us
one
off
DTS.
clean. And I'm also just gonna go get my chicken that just finished beeping at me.
Good, good.
I'll let you decide on what you want to do first. I was thinking I wanted to put some more influence into the sword as a lie to help improve that. And I'm going to take my like ruminate on my knowledge for it. I'll cultivate in front of it, and while I'm doing that, also put my insights into the sword as a lie to better make that effigy, so you guys can learn from it.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, that's what my plan is for a bit. I'll probably spend 3 days or so doing that.
Okay. I guess I could just do like 3 days of rolls for trying to get my strength up higher. What's my strength's current? Because I've only got 90 strength. I think that my strength limit, yeah, it's 120. I guess I could get 30 more, but I don't think that's going to help with the dude until I get more reinforcements. So I have 2 instead of 0. How overwhelming did it feel for when I parried the training dummy? Like, was it something that I could?
It was very strong. He was like 3-4 times your strength,
Okay.
but that's probably just the reinforcement talking.
Yeah, and I had 0 reinforcements beforehand.
Yeah, so he probably has like reinforcement 3 or 4.
So I kind of want to get a couple more.
And if you get your reinforcements up enough across the board, you'll have probably all you need to take on that next area because you have normal swing, normal parry. And as long as you can keep up with the overwhelming advantages they get from having 3 or 4 levels of reinforcement over you, then you'll have the advantage.
Yep.
Supposedly.
That is what I was figuring. Yeah, we'll go ahead and just do 3 days of strength gestalt rolls. Because I think Laura was doing 3 days of
Yeah.
cultivation.
Mhm.
Okay.
Fucking burnt myself like a
And,
fucking idiot.
No,
I decided to like, hey, I'm gonna put some cheese in here, and I could have just took it out of the oven, but no, I'm just gonna try to put some on, and then one of the cheese curds fell into the oven, so I was like, oh,
no!
fuck. So like, I
Eesh.
tried to grab it out, and then doing so like an idiot. It's just a little thing. It's nothing crazy. I just pissed at myself for doing something stupid. Anyway, continue.
Is it greater than 1? Less than 1? Oops. This direction. Well,
Oh,
got 1. Which is not enough for reinforcement. I will continue my gestalt rolls. I'll just do a week. So 1 rest and then another 4 days minus a DTS. Then 15 times 3 times 4 minus 14. Another 1 success. Okay. Well, that does get me tier 3. I already had 1 extra. Yes! Tier 3 physical empowerment. Just increase all the numbers by 1 that it's been giving, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
And I have tier 3 physical empowerment.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
That's a lot of 100s, though.
With
Can't
advantage.
believe
There are no double 100s.
I can't believe you've done this.
Yes.
Okay. I suppose I could grant you some stuff. This is for strength.
For strength, yes. So it'd be another untiring. Another. That's 10, 15, 20 more fatigue. Which is 40 more fatigue here.
Three whole heckin' levels, you say?
Yes. 3 total. I had 2 already, plus a success. Physical attacks. Ooh. X4. Okay. That is my week. I'm going to go laundry things.
Okay.
I'll have to get my swiftness up, and then I'll try fighting the things again. So, if you're doing 3 days of cultivation, you'd have another 4 days to catch up to this week.
Mhm.
I think Johnny is getting chicken still, so.
Yep. You're saying it.
Yep. I would do more rolls, but I'm currently logisticsing for packing. It'll only take a second, but.
Congrats and prode, or however you say that. Comprade?
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Compadre?
Compadre?
Yeah, that one.
Sure.
I'm
Yes.
just gonna do some influence rolls, I guess. What did I want to do again? So Tao, Enlightenment of the Sword. And this is considered training, right? Is cultivating considered training?
I thought so.
Yeah, I think so.
One can only assume the DM is dead.
How long
Yes,
do you
I
go
agree.
again? 2 weeks? 1 week? 1 week
I did
worth
1
of
week,
training? Yeah.
and then I'm going to be doing another week, hopefully less, I guess, to get my swiftness to 3, and then I'm going to train up those actual stats, and then try again against the training dummy is the plan. So I gotta get those sweet sword catalysts.
Matt, clarification, and I'm sure we've asked this many times, but doing cultivation is considered training, right?
Yeah, cultivation is considered training.
Okay. Does it then allow us to use Montage Hero for an extra down to, for an extra roll, for example?
Yeah, you can get an extra roll.
Okay.
Just unless you're specifically getting progress to cultivation,
Exactly.
it doesn't affect that. Which I think you might specifically get progress to cultivation from just your color rank. I think it says
Although
like
degrees of
+3
success.
progress.
But degree of success, right? So
Well, it isn't plus to degrees of success, it's plus to progress. So if you succeed, it gives progress there. Is what it said on the cultivation thing.
I see.
If you look at what your black gold gives you, rather,
Mm-hmm.
it said +30 to rolls, +3 to progress.
I just have +30 to cultivation.
Oh. I think it was +30 +3 was what was said, but I've got shirts, undergarments, and now I just need to finish up my last load of laundry, and I shall have all of my clothing packed.
Good. Have your clothing packed. Do it.
No, I'm just gonna have you pack it when I get here, or when you get here.
Oh. Sounds like. Don't do that.
Yeah, it seems easier for me.
Yeah, but what? Is that
No,
whiny
everything
enough?
will be packed. So cultivating.
Yeah.
You do get to double one of your bonuses to rolls.
Really?
Yeah. We never improved the ratio or the amount that multiplies, but it is
Well,
in
could I
fact.
not double the bonus I get from even further beyond then?
You sure could.
Huh.
Are you doing that with all of your rolls?
I was going to do it with all my rolls, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you get to double that.
Hmm. I
To
see.
go even further beyond.
I see. Well,
Yes.
let us change that number then.
This changes everything. Well,
So-
really just one thing.
So if I have 99 and 99 together, that is 198. Yeah. 198, and then you add so 5. Ah. Oh, how is this gonna work? Do I just do one or the other? Do I roll twice? Drop lowest one. I think that will work actually. I'm getting my macros ready. So There. There. Okay, let's count the amount of downtime scenes. 1, 2. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. 1. 2, 3. So I'm gonna do 3 days at a time. And let's see if this does it.
But
Did
It's
not
umbrellas,
drop
dude.
lowest one. But that's okay. So let's. Interesting. You think it would have kept the. Should have done 1 and then tested it out after that. It's all right.
No. It just... Allergies are kicking my ass today, even inside.
Okay. There's my 3 days. And then I'm going to do another 3 days, but I need to. Oh, yeah, obviously. Yeah, obviously, John. That makes sense because I'm dropping the highest number, not the lowest number. Do that for damage numbers. You want to keep drop the lowest numbers, but not for rolling dice. That makes more sense.
Are these rolls... The numbers popping up there are degrees of success, aren't they?
Yep.
Neat.
So let's try that again. Oh yeah, got myself a 1. Got myself 2 1s.
Like a boss.
Oh yeah.
Ones are just a D4 of influence, right?
But it's with Montage Hero. Not Hero, with Master. So they are with.
Oh, you get extra
influence D4s.
quirks.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they're double ones. So
I guess technically speaking, all of those Gestalt rolls would also have had interesting quirks, but I don't know that that would apply there. Because it only does something on a 1 in the first place. Like I could see it not doing literally anything as well, even though. You know, how much would it be to take the... What is the quality you have that makes your 1s into 2 1s?
perfect practice makes perfect.
And how many stars is that?
Like 8, I think.
Oof. I mean, that is... Is that a mental or a physical?
I think it's social for some reason.
The reasons why not.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
you can make an argument for literally any of them, except maybe mysterious or magical. It is not social. Physical? Yeah, it's physical. It is 7. Do I want to take a negative? Do I have any eclipses right now? I guess is a better question. Because perfect practice makes perfect will make my Gestalt rolls significantly better.
Yep.
No, I do not have any eclipses. Let's take a negative quality then. Seven, that does. Do. Question. Because I'm doing like movement mechanics, mathematics, and also replace my energy with blood, would taking something like this be appropriate at this point? Since my body probably isn't keeping up all that well, even with the reinforcements, as said. I do mitigate a lot of it, but I think that's kind of an appropriate thing to be taking as a downside.
You've got the sword virus.
Nah, I got Zone 6 training virus.
Oh yeah.
And then I will also take perfect practice makes perfect. And like that's not cripplingly bad for me, but well, reducing wounds by half doesn't do anything. So it's either the -20 or 2d10 fatigue, which is a thing. Was that your week of cultivating?
Yeah, I just have a day left.
You have a day left. Okay.
Yeah. And that day is in kind of matched up with putting materials in, so I'm just gonna count up the rolls. That's all.
Good enough. Then I'll continue my next week of Gestalt rolls for Swiftness, which is 2 rests. So 7 times 28. And that's 266 rolls. Oh, 260, 60, 100. Oh, less than 1. Three successes, which is 6.
Oh yeah.
Any double 100s? I need some of those. No
I
double
don't see any
ones.
100s.
0 100s and 266 rolls.
Nice.
Okay. And that is 6 successes, which is 7 from the one that I had banked, which is tier 2, tier 3. So I need 1, which brings it down to 6. So I've got tier 3 swiftness and 3 successful Gestalt rolls for 4. So I just need 1 more. But I got up to the swiftness 3, which is what I was looking for. And then I just need to train up those attributes and then go see if the training dummies are still a problem. So that's 2 weeks in. So I don't know what you're doing the second week.
The second week, I'm going to be doing the strength book training.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Matt, does tier 2 of physical swiftness with the secret give +2 max reactions and free actions? Or is it +1 each time?
For which secret?
The secret of swiftness for the swiftness reinforcement, which the first rank gave a D10 of initiative and +1 max reaction and free action.
I love
It
how you're
should be-
calling it swiftness. It's great.
Yeah, it is +1
Each time? Okay. We've got 2 max and another D10, or would it be 2D10 this time?
Everything should be pretty incremental.
So it isn't increasing in value each time like it is with some of the ones.
Do you have
It's just
to
+1 each time.
increase your perception though first before you can continue?
I might need to
For
reword some
reactions?
of them to be more clear. I'll do that for next time, but
I don't currently. That
Okay.
is.
Is it like
I
at
can
the
get up
sixth
to-
one or something?
No, I can get up to 4 currently, and then I
Okay.
have to do some more perception ones.
Okay.
But the swiftness is also giving me additional max reactions and free actions, so it's closer to 5 than it would be without that, but I can't get to 5 yet.
Okay.
I'll have to do perception ones if I want to do that. But I also don't. And then it's incremental, so I'll get another D10 plus agility bonus plus agility reinforcement to initiative. I actually don't know what the actual rank ups for swiftness reinforcements look like, or physical swiftness.
you don't know. I need to read this.
What the higher tier physical swiftness does.
Oh, you need the wordage for those?
Yeah, tier 2 and tier 3.
Oh, I can do that.
Good. And I just needed 147.
Is that how many rolls you did?
No,
You do weeks worth? You do 2 weeks worth.
I did 1 week, but it's training, so it's with advantage.
Oh yeah, I need to times that by 2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 294, but I'm taking 2 rests. So minus 28.
Gotcha.
Times 3 plus.
I'm going to take
Okay.
an additional rest. $260. Good job, John. Proud of you.
260 is not less than 1. We have learned.
Oh man, I got so many 100s.
Shouldn't it be 266?
I did an extra rest.
Oh, got it. Oh, yeah, you don't have 200 fatigue right now.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
Sure enough. Hey, you could do the strength training at some point.
I mean, that's what I'm
But I
doing
guess
right
you get
now.
a lot less.
Strength training.
Oh, got it. 3 successes. That's 1 and 2.
So first one. Yeah, I'm another 1 away from the third.
So that's 60, 10. Well, my initiative has gotten quite good, as one might hope. 2 more
So-
times agility.
We've done 2 weeks so far.
Let's go. I'm fast.
That's as fuck, boy.
I also get 3 free actions and reactions. Okay. The question is, do I want to get the last one to get another swiftness reinforcement, or do I just want to train up my swiftness? Or my agility? And then go try to fight the thing.
You know, Matt,
2
I have a
weeks.
question. If we roll ones on influence and we're at our cap, what does that mean?
What do you mean? Like, if you get the you get limit breaks for each of your the impairments, so it increases your cap.
Right.
No, but for influence.
Oh, if you do influence, it raises the cap that is required.
Mhm. So right
By
now,
10.
I'm at 110 influence, right? And I
Mhm.
rolled 2 ones, which would allow me to roll a D4, right?
Yeah.
Would that then overflow go into our potential or our opportunity pool?
Nope. You go to next cultivation level if you meet the requirements for it, whether you like it or not.
But we don't meet the requirements, I suppose, eh?
For mountain climber,
Yeah,
you do.
I do. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
And I don't
see.
still? Okay.
But I'm
No,
putting that influence into the sword, though.
Oh, then you don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
You
Yeah, I
all
was
pretty
doing that
much
too.
meet a minimum bear requirement to go to mountain climber.
Gotcha.
That's good to know.
Yeah. Ew.
All right, Casey, I'm going to let you do some stuff because I'm counting up degrees of success.
Okay. I would like to train up my agility and strength. So I'll do some of those rolls. Agility I can't fail. And I get a lot of progress. That is not as much as researching or training sword, but I have ×4 for the +5 in training. So 24, 5, 26. I think it's 26, yeah. So it's 26 per roll. First, though, I'm going to spend 1 day, the third
Okay.
week,
Mhm.
to try to get the last swiftness reinforcement 1 that I need. So
Good.
that's just, yes, that's just 42 rolls. 2d100 less than 1. I didn't, but that's all I was going to try on that. So that was 1 day. And then I will train up my agility first, which is also just going to be a day. Well, I guess I'll do less than 1 so that we see the ones anyway. There is a 1 in that, which is 2 ones for
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
practice my fortunes. And it has special quirks, I guess, from Montage Master with training. So that's 2d4 that I get. I get 5 more of whatever that agility is, which is 24 times 26. 624 progress, and so it takes 11 progress per, so minus 110. Then it takes 12 progress per, so minus 120. 13. Then 14. Then 15. Okay, so I do get up to the 150 agility, which adds another 15 to my initiative. And that was a day. So I'm 2 days into the next week. Third day, I'm going to strength train. Stop with the ones when I'm trying to not do gestalt rolls. I mean, I'll still take them. Roll 2d4.
Well,
Plus
once.
2. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. So 2 days in. Minus 100. Minus 110. Minus 120. Minus 130. Okay, so 86 remaining progress, and that spills over into another physical stat that I can do. So I guess I can get my weapon skill up to 110. $30. Okay. We now have is that all my physical stats maxed other than I guess my toughness can still go up, which is quite good, but yeah. All right. Well, I've got much higher stats, 3 reinforcements, and strength and swiftness. Let's hope the training dummies are not significantly better now. I think I have 2 in toughness, so could be better there, but
Could be. Need the toughness reinforcements.
I haven't worked out that yet.
Darn.
So I guess I could.
Laren, do you want to paste in your strength ones?
Yes. I combine them when I do that, since
Yeah, just put one of them. I can just paste them in after.
okay. Where physical empowerment. The last bit is the thing in parentheses is just Tessagronian battery at the bottom.
Gotcha,
So,
because it's times 2. Yeah, makes sense.
yep. Which is quite good.
Quite good. Question for you, Matt.
Yeah.
The ones I got from when I was doing influence, the strange quirks, would those be more sword motes like I got last time, or would they be something different?
For the reinforcement?
Nope, not for the reinforcement. When I was
Okay, sorry.
doing influence training, and I was giving my
Yep, there'll be
influence to
sword
the
boats
sword.
here.
Yeah, I figured as much, especially since it's going to the sword anyway. So I just wanted to double check. So after that week, I put 4,202 influence into the sword is a lie, and I put 2 sword enlightenments into the sword as well.
Okay.
So I think
Have you
that's our
changed the
strongest.
teaching? Because the sword is a lie is a precept, which you don't have. You have the teaching, which is swords aren't real except when they are. Do you want to change it to that?
Sure.
Swords aren't real. So they are. Very nice.
All right, and hopefully that's a good enough step for Lyron to get some enlightenment with the amount of energy I put into it so far.
Oh yeah. Now the question is, do I want to go for some more toughness reinforcement, or do I just want to go and try to fight the thing?
You can always just try, and it's just what takes a scene or an action.
It's probably a scene. Well, it's probably just an action if I am overwhelmed. Let it leave. So yeah, I guess I'll go try to fight the dummy again. And I have 3 swiftness, 3 physical empowerment, 2 toughness, 3 perception. And I think 1 for most of the other things. I guess I don't have 1 for ballistic skills. But also don't have fellowship. I do have 3 in force of will. Yeah, 2 toughness refinements. So
I'm gonna stop a little early. I need to. First off, I need to get gas
oh yes.
and put a couple things in order, and then I'll make my way out too.
Okay.
I think starting
Okie
30 minutes
dokie.
early will give me sufficient time to do what I need.
Yeah, we got 4 hours in anyway, so
Yep.
Yep.
We're good. We don't want to get too far ahead of Chempo.
2 weeks, 3 days, and a conversation with the Sword Elder. Ahead.
you're at 3 days. I'm at 2 weeks.
Oh, got it. So I'm 2 days ahead of everyone.
But 2 weeks and 3 days total for Chunpo as well. 3 days total for me.
Also, for this Tuesday campaign, Matt, I might be able to give some inputs if Ferric has any questions on what my character is currently doing for sword, or for not
Sure.
sword, but for ship building, because I'm pretty sure the whole time next time anyway, I would just be working on the ship. So me missing that session doesn't really change a whole lot there. So, yippee.
Yippee indeed. Yippee!
I guess I'll make sure to have internet for the time that the D&D is happening. If I'm not at a show or something, I should be able to respond pretty okay. Just won't be in chat.
You won't need to worry about it. I don't think we're playing this upcoming Tuesday. I will unfortunately be driving Paula to the airport.
Oh, okay. Well, then that works out. We can just
Yep.
say cancel it now and then not have to worry about it.
Pretty much.
Cool. I just need to wait for my clothes to dry, and then I shall be finished packing.
Woo!
Bye.
Goodbye,
Alright,
Matt.
thanks, guys.
Have
Thank
a
you.
wonderful trip, Casey.
I shall.
I should be by 1:30. If you could resend me your address so I can have it fresh.
Frosh.
Fresh. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, boys. Talk to you later.
See ya.
Bye.
Love you long time.